Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I think this is the microphone that I have on right now. No, this is it. All right. Thank you for being here. Um, it's a very, very strange time, very strange world. Um, I don't know. I don't want to get into a whole rant right now, so I'm just gonna try to get back to watches. It's been a while, at any rate. We have a lot of catching up to do. Um, our charity effort is continuing, and I know I took a lot of time off for personal and professional reasons. So I do apologize. What I'm going to do is basically to try to put in as much time as I can today, tomorrow, and also on Thursday, which is the last day, and just to give everyone the chance to participate in the raffle as well, and not only in the fundraising effort. Every single uh, super chat or super thanks will actually get a number for the raffle to participate in the raffle, so we can at least make up for lost time and get more people involved. So let everyone else know, let all your friends know that not only all proceeds are going into the fundraising effort, which I started a while ago. I started last month, pretty much in the same vein as I did for Syria and Turkey in the aftermath of the earthquake. All of the proceeds between super chats, super stickers, and super thanks and whatever else are going into a donation for UNICEF, the entire amount. And then it was the first and last super chat in previous live streams, but I'm gonna just do every super chat in the remaining 3 live streams tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. So we'll see how it goes. So let's start with an interesting piece of news. I'm also going to post a link. So if you want to join me on the panel, you should feel free. In fact, I would really appreciate that. So please feel free to join. Let me know for whatever reason if the mic doesn't work, if you can't really make up the sound. You might remember from last year, there was a famous watch collection that went by the name the Oak collection, which was exhibited in the London Design Museum, or rather the Design Museum in London. And honestly, it was a very impressive collection, of course, curated over the years by one person, of course, with a dedicated consultant and a dedicated watchmaker by his side. a businessman by the name of Patrick Getreid, and it has a certain theme, right? Oak here is an abbreviation from one of a kind. So a lot of the pieces, if not all of them in this collection, are very unique pieces, sometimes pieces that he went out and found in the wilderness, so to speak, others that he had, in fact, somehow commissioned. And it turns out that this collection is actually going to go on auction. I had contacted some people and I was told that there was an idea to globally exhibit them or something, but I guess that's not going to happen. The pieces will be sold at Christie's this fall, which means that there might be an opportunity to preview them depending on where they are, but they're certainly not going on an exhibition tour. But let's check it out. This is the first time I'm going to read this too. This is a Robb Report article. By the way, again, I'm here today first to make up lost time with you, but also because otherwise I'm just going into this loop of watching videos and getting really angry and going down a certain, mental breakdown that I can't sustain. So that's why I'm here. That's why I wanted to talk watches with you. So this is written by Carol Bessler at Robb Report. The legendary watch collector Patrick Getreid is auctioning off his prized pieces, the Oak collection, so-called because many of its pieces are only few of a kind, will be sold at Christie's this fall. And this is Patrick Getreid wearing a couple of his pieces and posing for the camera. Last spring, French businessman Patrick Getreid, the owner of Oak, one of the world's largest and most valuable watch collections, took 168 of his 600 pieces on a world tour, beginning with an exhibit at the British Design Museum in London. To open the show, he threw a party for 700 industry insiders, collectors, and press who were flown in for the event. That collection is now coming to Christie's auction house to be sold in several stages, the first of which is scheduled for November 23rd in Hong Kong. Well, I mean, as it turns out, perhaps that is going to be part of a world tour. If it's a 600-piece auction, if it's going to unfold over several stages and parts, perhaps some of us will get to see these pieces, even if it is in a decidedly different setting. I mean, not to digress too much, but what I really enjoyed about that particular idea, and of course, we had to contend ourselves with the videos, the content produced on the usual suspects. Hodinkee had Talking Watches. My apologies. Talking Watches episode, if I'm not mistaken, with Patrick Getreid at the time. The videos and information on the Instagram accounts, that was all fine and well. But what intrigued me most was the fact that these watches were exhibited in a design museum, very much in the same vein as Patek Philippe did, for example, for the 175th anniversary, where they had a collaboration with the Saatchi Gallery in London, or of course that's a tradition they continue now with global grand exhibitions, but I feel that's a different way of presenting our hobby, relaying the kind of joy we find in collecting watches to the general public in a way that sets them on stage as marvels of design, as aesthetic objects that have a certain artistic value beyond their sheer utility, which mechanical watches still, to an important extent, of course, perform. So I'm kind of a little bit sad that that exhibition didn't continue with this collection, because there were some very interesting pieces, and we're going to take a look at those pieces momentarily as we read more into this auction. And I think Christie's already posted some previews from the selection on November 23rd. The Audemars Piguet calendar watch that is in the thumbnail is, as a matter of fact, a part of this collection. The watches in the Oak collection, which stands for one of a kind, are either unique or from a small series, some of them new old stock. Getrade says, my criteria for collecting the pieces amassed over 4 decades was that the watches had to be aesthetically beautiful and in perfect condition, like new, even if it's 70 years old. And in a way, you know, you might say that that's exactly how people treat most works of art, right? There are certain ways of preserving, acceptable ways, I have to say, of preserving and even restoring works of art, as you know, that we might frown upon in the world of watches, of vintage watches especially, if they were used to quote unquote restore vintage watches in a way that simply presented them in beautiful and perfect condition. So perhaps you might say, having been preserved in a certain way, the Oak collection was perhaps even better placed to receive this kind of treatment, where it was exhibited in a museum. Getrade adds that he paid world record prices 25 times during the process of acquiring these pieces. The collection has been valued by various people at between 100 and 300 million. Wow. And remember, it was only a fraction, about a quarter of the pieces that were exhibited in London, 168 out of 600 some timepieces, as far as I can remember. Hey, St. Peter, thank you so much. $4.99. Hello, YB. Hope you are well. I'm okay. You know, under the circumstances. Again, I don't want to belabor the whole thing, but you know, it's the world is fight. It's hard to put it in any other way. In the watch category, this could well be the largest collection that Christie's has ever handled. And remember that a lot of these big auction houses, Christie's, Sotheby's, Phillips, a lot of times build their auctions around certain collections. Of course, if you remember, Christie's last fall, sold Jean Todt's collection, at least most of the watches in his collection. In a curation they called legendary and unique watches, and even though they didn't front load the fact that it was Jean Todt's collection, of course everyone knew, because a lot of the watches were signed with his initials, dedicated to his name, and were otherwise recognized from pictures of him as the Ferrari team chief wearing some of these watches. So that was, by the way, Jean Todt's job, of course, before he became known and really famous as Michelle Yeoh's husband, which is the most important position he now holds. Anyway, that being said, of course, this is part of course for a lot of big auction houses, even when it comes to watches. Phillips, Christie's, Sotheby's, they do it every day. So when they say that they are in fact amazed or impressed by the largesse, by the size and by the value of this collection, it's really significant. So this could well be the largest collection that Christie's has ever handled, says Alex Bigler, head of watches for Christie's Asia, but some of the watches will start below 10,000 and some are in the 50,000 or 100,000 mark. Again, with all due respect, that means what it means. We talked a lot on this channel about how part of creating auction estimates is, of course, science. In a way, it involves a market analysis, but there's also an art to it, which, of course, first and foremost, aims to generate interest, without forgetting that auction houses have a fiduciary duty to people who consign the watches. They don't necessarily have any sort of duty towards you. Make of that what you may. But a lot of times, you'll see low estimates that are decidedly low, that are intentionally created at that level so that more people start putting on early bids on a particular lot. And that competition, that strife, that small bidding war will possibly help the watch sell for more than its market value. Yeah. Who can disagree with that sentiment, St. Peter? I'm much more of a pessimist, and I don't think those times are coming. Probably not in our lifetime, but who can disagree with that sentiment, right? Keeping our hopes up for a more bright future, hopefully soon. Who can disagree? So Bigla says there are prices at all levels. It's not just the $1 million and above category, which again, it's helpful, right? But that's also something you want to do when you look at the bigger picture too. Of course, you want to sell every single lot. You want to sell every single lot at the highest price possible, so that you benefit your consignor, so that you generate these sorts of news articles, so that you produce record-breaking prices, which Patrick Etrade himself participated in before. But the idea is also, and you would remember this when we were heading into the auction season a year ago, into the fall season specifically, and Hodinkee had this kind of survey with all the experts who were talking about post-pandemic expectations from the auction market, which had experienced this purple patch, which had experienced this absolutely record-breaking, earth-shattering couple of years before then. And a lot of the numbers they were highlighting was really, in a way, obsessed with the sheer number of participants, right? So even that became something that auction houses advertise now, right? More than this and that number of people bid in our auction. A lot of them are young collectors aged between 18 to, say, 35, you know, and they come from, you know, the 7 seas and 6 different continents and whatever else. So even the fact that there are more people who bid on that auction before it generates any records, before it achieves any kinds of high prices, even that is something that they nowadays register as a statistic, something that justifies the existence of the auction market for watches as such. So it's important to have, in fact, a wide selection, in fact, the widest selection possible of watches to begin with. That's why when we survey all these auctions on my platform, you get these usual suspects, right? There are extremely rare and possibly unique Pateks. There are, of course, every flavor of independent watchmakers with their pieces of varying levels of complexity. There are pieces from the new Holy Trinity, F.B. Jean, Kari Voutilainen, and of course Philippe Dufort. You can make a Mount Rushmore out of it if you like, by adding everyone's favorite young watchmaker, or the oldest young watchmaker in the world, who is Recep Recepi, of course. But you will also always have within that curation, within that selection of watches, any number of Rolex sports watches, for example. You would also find a number of vintage chronographs that would range anywhere between 3,000 to 10,000 in terms of their pre-auction estimated value, right? Because the idea is to generate participation, which for the most part means organically that the prices themselves will rise as well. But even without that, there is value generated for the auction houses by the sheer fact that more people participate in the process. Thomas Broadbent says the one-of-one reference 1518 will do good because of the unique nature. And remember, reference 1518, which we are just going to talk about now, is important for several reasons. One, it is the first perpetual calendar chronograph made by any brand, any maker in any kind of series in 1941 by Patek Philippe. So that in itself is very important, but don't be fooled by that expression made in series, because it's still 280 some examples in total. And unless you count the absolutely rare steel examples, which I think are about 4 pieces, at least in terms of the pieces that are accounted for, the pink gold version is the rarest. Or to put it in this way, it's rare, more rare than yellow gold. Already. So before even being, pardon me, before even being one of a kind, you're already talking about 1 in 281 when you say Patek 1518, right? The first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph. And I believe out of that, there are about 55 examples, perhaps, that were made in pink gold. So it's already one of 55 anyways, but Bigla will explain here how it is even more rare. Of course, there's that, by which we mean $1 million and above category. There are plenty of original Grail pieces in the mix, including a one-of-a-kind Patek Philippe 1518 pink on pink with salmon pink dial, pink gold case, pink gold bracelet made by Guerre Frères. The 1518 in question is not in part 1 of the sale, which starts with a few other star models, but will turn up eventually, as all 600 plus watches in the collection will eventually hit the block at Christie's. So I think I saw the 1518 quite recently, so I can just pull it up because it may be, I think it was just very recently sold anyways. But even if it hasn't, by Sotheby's at that, even if this is not the same piece, this is how that looks like, and that is absolutely stunning. Perpetual calendar chronograph. Built on the base of a Valjoux movement, of course, modified extensively and finished masterfully by Patek in-house. And here it is encased in 18 karat pink gold. The dimensions of the 1518 leans on the side of miniaturization, so it's 35 millimeters and change, and that's why it's so impressive, in fact, to have this combination in a watch that you can wear on your wrist in the early 40s, rather than in a 50 millimeter plus pocket watch form, was in fact what made this watch even more impressive. And of course, matched here with straight end 7-link beads of rice style bracelet. And of course, this should be in the range of probably $5-6 million, possibly more. But let's see what is actually offered up for sale in part 1, and maybe on Christie's we can find even more watches. Patek Philippe reference 992 line 108 J-001. This is a pocket watch with a beautiful cloisonné enamel inlay on the case back. (18-karat yellow gold, set with sapphires and with a cloisonné enamel. Dial, the description says, but this certainly looks like a case back to me. Perhaps I'm missing something. Depicting Lac Blanc with a matching yellow gold and marble pocket watch stand. Those stands and bows are usually, I think, spectacular and really part of the attraction of owning a pocket watch of that caliber. The estimated value of this piece is 2 to 4 million in Hong Kong dollars, which is approximately $250,000 to an amount in excess of $500,000 in US dollars. Then there's a Patek Philippe reference 1436. This is the classic rattrapante, the split seconds chronograph, meaning that you can time 2 intervals in quick succession, right? Where you have an extra button. Sometimes that function is transferred onto the crown, which is the case with the 1436, if I'm not mistaken. I've never actually handled one of these in person, but there's an extra pusher, sometimes in a bullhead configuration, right? Sometimes mounted as an extra button on the crown, and other times just integrated into the crown, as I believe is the case here. And this is a beautiful combination of black and gold, as well as really the stunning work of a case with centrally drooping lugs. let me share the link in our Discord and maybe even later Twitter. We can take care of that later. But it would be nice of people to join. I'll also take a look at what Christie's already shared from the auction on their website. My internet is absolutely not collaborating with me tonight. The 1436 is, of course, again, a split seconds chronograph, 18 karat yellow gold, black dial, mid-century, once more made in 1950. This reference was actually made across 5 decades, between 1938 all the way into 1971, but only in 120 examples in yellow gold, and only 56 of them are publicly accounted for, and only about 6 of them have this particular combination of yellow gold and black dial. The estimated value of this piece is 4 to 8 million Hong Kong dollars, approximately, again, $500,000 to an amount exceeding 1 million in US dollars. The other example that Rob Reports shares with us is indeed the watch that is my thumbnail today. This is an Audemars Piguet reference 5516. A classic perpetual calendar, but in a configuration that you don't see often at all by AP. You have the later examples of their perpetual calendar in a round case designed by Jacqueline Dimier. You have many generations of Royal Oak perpetual calendars, but this is an absolute rarity. Especially the case is an important part of this watch's attraction. Those claw-like lugs are really, really impressive. But of course, the dial in and of itself, in terms of its sheer balance and legibility, is quite something. An extremely rare 18 karat gold Audemars Piguet reference 5516 perpetual calendar with leap year and moon phase indicator, one of only 9 to be ever produced. 3, pardon me, in the first series, 6 in the second. So this is one of only 9. Christie's says the piece in the sale is arguably in the most pristine condition amongst the 6 known market examples of the reference. The estimated value here ranges from 6.5 million to 13 million in Hong Kong dollars. And that is approximately 834,000. There's a little mistake there in the writing, to 1,661,000. As you see, they missed a zero there, and converting from Hong Kong dollars to USD. We spoke quite a bit about OmniWatch lately, and we might yet return to it. But here's an OmniWatch from 2015. This was Kari Voutilainen's contribution to the event some 8 years ago. A one-of-a-kind stainless steel wristwatch with dual time and day and night indicator. As you can see, there is an oversized subsidiary dial for seconds, but within that, there is a rotating disc that shows not only that acts not only as a day and night indicator, but also as an extra 24-hour hand, so to speak, because I believe it can be set independently from the regular set of hands. And once again, of course, on the dial, you are seeing the kind of art in engine turning that Kari Voutilainen takes pride in. And he feels so strongly about the preservation of that art. As you know, he also has an additional workshop or atelier, or even manufacturer, you can say, in Comblemine, which makes guilloche dials, engine turn dials for the industry at large, even though Kari Voutilainen does his own work in-house. And I believe those two half circles for day and night are also enamel colored, but we can see those details if we ever get to the Christie's website. A one-of-a-kind stainless steel wristwatch with dual time and day and night indicator made by Kari Voutilainen, known as the Master of Finissage, for OmniWatch 2015. It's a GMT6 model with a pre-auction estimate of 1.6 million to 3.2 million in Hong Kong dollars, which amounts to approximately more than 200,000 to more than 400,000 in US dollars. Like most dedicated collectors, Carol Bassler continues, Getreid caught the watch bug early. In our interview, he shared that at the age of 12, when most boys are peering into the windows of candy shops, that's too much. That's too much. Okay, he was pressing his nose up against the glass windows or watch boutiques. Such is the danger of attending boarding school in a city like Geneva. That he must have had hefty allowance, I have to say. Gertrude passed by a particular store every day on his way to school and began to covet one of the watches, and Omega. I looked in the window 50 times, and on the 51st time, I went in and announced that I wanted to buy the watch. Of course, I didn't have the money. I had 5 francs per week for pocket money, but the guy liked me. He was impressed that a 12-year-old kid wanted to buy a watch, and he said, it's fine. So I was giving him 5 francs every week. It went on for weeks. And one day I called my father and I said, if I pay my 5 francs a week, it's 2 years or more before I can own it. So my father paid out. That's sweet. That is really sweet. So I'm looking on Christie's website now. There's a preview in the form of a selection and a press release, so we can continue checking out the collection there in a way. And there's also a video apparently there. Fantastic. So maybe I can make you watch that video while I grab a quick drink. And if you have any questions,
it is the first ever curated exhibition of a private collection of watches in an art museum.
What impressed me was that what I thought was an urban legend, that there was this man who had built his own Patek Philippe shop inside the Freeport in Singapore. So he'd taken the unit and he'd decorated it and filled it with vitrine as if it were a Patek Philippe boutique. And I thought I have to meet this man.
This collection has been built vintage and modern wristwatches. This is also one of the concepts that the collector loves. He likes vintage, but then goes to modern as well.
Benchmark, the lifeblood of museums, and we really want to show people that
okay. Sorry guys, I'm really having a problem with this connection, so we'll hopefully get that straightened out. But I wanna read Jeremy's super chat.
What I think is so important about this exhibition is
I love Nick Fox and his style. I mean, man, the man has more rings than Michael Jordan and a style that rivals the Prince of Wales. It's amazing. Love him. Love his watch knowledge. Jeremy Butcher, thoughts on the JLC Polaris, goodbye or pass? Love the green dial date and the new gray chrono. Jeremy is also a member of the channel. I really appreciate you, Jeremy. I know you have started participating in my community much later, but in the time around Watches and Wonders 2022, when they came out with the Polaris Perpetual Calendar. I was so obsessed with this watch. I made a dedicated video on it. I talked about it basically in every single live stream, to the point that some of the people in the chat started making fun of me and calling the Polaris the unofficial watch of the channel. So my love of the Polaris should be unquestionable. I am a JLC fanboy, admittedly more of a fan of the Reverso than anything, but I really like vintage time-only pieces, the alarm wristwatches, exemplified, of course, by the Memovox. Of course, there was a Polaris Memovox, as you know, which in fact influenced the modern revival of the Polaris as a dive watch. So for me, I think Polaris is great value on the secondary market. I am a fan of quote unquote date. You know, I'm a fan of it in simpler versions because I think it's a strong design. It has kind of a vintage mystique to it without in any way overplaying that, without indulging in any fortina, you know, in any sort of contrived scheme to make the watch look vintage oriented and authentic, which is quite an achievement, right? Because this watch succeeds in doing that simply by design. That to me is admirable. I do admittedly like it better as it gets complicated. The bunch still remains the Perpetual Calendar. On the secondary market, I think there are already good propositions for the Perpetual Calendar. I think there's a version of it, a version of the chronograph that combines it with world time, which makes it a 44 millimeter case, impossible to wear for me, but perhaps the ideal watch for you. I think the Polaris chronograph is a very handsome looking watch. I love that dial. You know, I know you're a guitar guy and much more of a music guy than I can ever be, but this reminds me of those silver burst Les Pauls of a bygone era that Gibson brought back, I think, already maybe 2 decades ago again. I don't know if they are at all popular, but at some point they were all the rage, especially due to the unique way they aged, I have to say. Listen, I have one problem with the chronograph, and I will just show it, and you will decide what you think of it. For me, whenever I see subdials that are so close to each other and so close to the center of the watch, I get the thought that the movement is too small for the watch, if you know what I mean, right? I just feel like those subdials are cramped too close together and too close to the center of the watch, with what to me is so much empty space, which admittedly is very artfully hidden with the use of that inclined rejo for the tachometer and the play of textures between the sunburst of the center dial and kind of the frosted finish of the hour track, but that irritates me just a little bit. I wish that either the case was a little smaller or that they devised a movement from scratch. In any other brand, I would probably not complain about this, but in JLC, which still to a certain extent holds on to this moniker of being the watchmaker's watchmaker, I would expect something better, something that really wows me. In this case, look, I wasn't wrong, right? When you flip the case back, you can certainly see this is a movement that's too small for a 42 millimeter case. And they had to employ all manner of Jedi mind tricks to hide that. Admittedly, they do it really well. Admittedly, this is a very sexy looking watch. I love that silver sunburst finish in the middle. I love the way that frosted hour track complements to it. I even adore the orange accents, which enhance this sort of sporty dashboard looking aesthetic of the piece. I think it's a great watch. If you are really wedded to the idea of getting it, I would say wait just a little more until it drops on the secondary market, because that's how it is essentially. Hey, thank you, JB. I appreciate it. Not Lower Alabama. Why? What's wrong with Lower Alabama? I know. You're just kidding, it's LA for Los Angeles. Yes, I know. So we were talking about the Polaris chronograph, which is really a stunning looking watch. But I think ultimately it's a movement that's too small for the case, or rather a case that's too large for the movement, which I would probably let slide in any other brand. But because it's JLC, because it is the watchmaker's watchmaker, I expect more. So that's my only misgiving about the chronograph. If you really love the watch, I would wait. If you are not necessarily wedded to this particular dial finish, there are so many examples of the chronograph world timer on the secondary market. The chronograph world timer is actually 44 millimeters, which might make it more intriguing for you, Jeremy. Again, I love the Polaris line. I think overall it does a great job by being vintage inspired without looking gimmicky, by being quite loyal to the core of JLC's identity, even as creating something new and unique. I don't think there's a watch like this on the market. Stainless steel, true dive watch that has full perpetual calendar capability, that builds on the famous Kurt Klaus module, so everything can be arranged simply with one pusher, which makes it utilitarian, pragmatic, but also foolproof, but also very pertinent in the case of a dive watch, because you're not compromising with adding all these different pushers that you need to manipulate, right? That eventually compromises the integrity of the case in terms of water ingress, humidity ingress, and everything else. The price has increased quite a bit since this was released all the way back when, and by that I really mean March 22nd. But on the secondary markets, I have to say the Polaris Perpetual Calendar, when it comes up at very attractive price points. You know, there are examples of it that are right around or under $25,000 on the secondary market that I can find just with a quick search. So I really love that, but you don't necessarily have to abide by that. The other sleeper in the Polaris line I mentioned was the Chronograph World Time. That's a monster of a watch at 44 millimeters. And you see the price point. I think there's hardly anything like it. Girard-Perregaux has an archival model which combines these two functions. Of course, JB is here, so I would feel like I would betray him if I don't mention our favorite Patek Chronograph World Time. But that's a watch at an entirely different price point. I'm talking about the 5930G. There's a blue dial version too, which I suppose is a little more expensive. I'm not only saying this because that's the example we came across online, but you know, blue is hype, so it's going to be inevitably priced at a different level compared to a black dial watch. But anyway, I want you to take a look at the full extent. I really like the Chronograph World Time. It's 44 millimeters. I could never consider it, but that might make it even more attractive for you. The Perpetual Calendar version of it in steel is the best bang for the buck, and also one hell of a watch. The kind of functionality, utilitarianism, and aesthetics it packs into that 42 millimeter diver case, with the visual identity of the Polaris, with an inner rotatable bezel, the balance of that dial, the smoked blue shade of the dial, the full stainless steel bracelet, in addition to the rubber band, and that single pusher adjustment, which is on the other side of the case, right here. I think overall makes this a very compelling package, especially under 25K. I'm sure with patience, you can even find it for cheaper. I wouldn't. Artie says, JLC just for little cucks. You have identified me perfectly, Artie. That's who I am. Swinging Kangaroo. Hey, man. sorry, I didn't see you quickly in the chat. Love you. I'm glad to see you back. I haven't seen you for a while. Tim G, of course, who has been always very supportive of this channel. Whenever I post a video, Tim G is usually the first person to drop a comment. And believe me, it helps. Everything helps. What you put in the chat here, what you drop in as a comment, hitting the like, sharing the videos, all of this is invaluable to me. So thank you. And just to mention again, every single super chat today is getting a unique number in the raffle for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration from last year, the one with the blue dial, speaking of blue dials. So thank you, St. Peter, Jeremy Butcher, and JB. Everything that's, again, if any of these people drop other super chats, that's a unique number as well, just so you know. And the full amount of these super chats are still part of the charity effort, with a donation that is going to UNICEF for children affected by the aftermath of the most recent natural disasters in Morocco and Libya. And yeah, since we mentioned it, let's take a look at the 5930 as well, which I think is a beautiful, beautiful combination of a flyback chronograph with that signature Patek complication, which is world time. I had never particularly remarked it, but of course, in addition to the chronograph pushers, when you have the world time pusher there at 10 o'clock, you get a kind of bullhead look too, which enhances the sporty appeal of this watch. Beautiful barley corn decoration at the center. Various shades of blue between that center of the dial, the 24-hour ring and the 24 cities ring for the world time. Of course, you get Patek's in-house self-winding flyback chronograph with a single 30-minute counter at 6 o'clock. And you are getting all of this in a white gold case that, pardon me, scales right under 40 millimeters, which makes it an extremely compelling package. And as you can see, you can find examples of the piece for less than $50,000 on the secondary market, which, once again, it's a lot of money for a single piece, no doubt, but it compares really favorably to what was a more recent release in the 5935A, which is kind of the renewed version that has a steel case with a salmon pink dial, a different kind of pattern at the center. I don't have a, sometimes people misunderstand this, I don't have a very strong case against this watch. I don't like the fact that they bloated up the case to 41 millimeters. I think the 5930G which is right under, if I'm not mistaken, but right around 40 millimeters, was just perfectly sized, perfectly proportioned. As much as I love the combination between a pink dial, a salmon dial, and a white metal case, I think the particular pattern they used at the center of the dial here makes it seem to me it's like neither fish nor fowl, right? It's just neither here nor there. It has this classical tinge to it because of the salmon shade of the watch. But what can be understood as a traditional basket weave pattern also kind of looks like this carbon fiber aesthetic. So it's one of those contemporary Patek watches that try to be everything all at once and doesn't satisfy me on any particular front. Whereas the 5930, I think, ends up serving a very healthy and fulfilling dish that gives you one of the sportiest and sexiest expressions of what is a mainstay of Patek Philippe's catalog, which is the world time. So I prefer the 5930G over 5935A for all those reasons. I want to catch up with the chat as we pivot back to the Oak collection. Patrick Getrede's famous collection of some 600 pieces that were exhibited last year at the Design Museum in Kensington, London, and that are going to be sold by Christie's over the course of possibly years, starting with November 23rd in Hong Kong. I do want to catch up with the chat, as I mentioned. 59 GGGG, RT Lange und Söhne says it was a hard seller. Indeed, it was not popular at all, and I think it's still one of the best values on the secondary market for Patek Philippe. I think between the 5930G and 5235G, you have some of the most interesting value propositions on the secondary markets for Patek Philippe. You can get, I mean, again, I'm not going to say this is like bargain shopping or something, but between these two models, between the 5930G and 5235G, you can make a two-piece meal deal, beautiful combo of annual calendar, which is signature Patek Philippe, admittedly in a relatively unusual expression when it comes to the regulator style dial layouts. And you also get, with the 5930G, both an automatic chronograph with flyback functionality and the world time. This, you can think of it as a quirky, sophisticated dress watch. You can go for 5235R. I think that still keeps you right under 6 digits for the combined value of the two watches. And you can use your 5930G for something slightly more sportier, and you are still under $100,000. And again, admittedly, that's a lot of money. But speaking of Patek, having that sort of two-piece collection, I think it's amazing. It's an amazing value proposition here with, we also have the pink gold version, very attractively priced as well on the secondary market. And again, that's a value proposition that you can hardly find on the secondary market for more hyped up Patek pieces. You get the annual calendar and the micro rotor here. You get the dress watch and the more ostentatious case material here. You get a little bit of quirk and watch nerd vibes from the regulator dial layout here, and you can leave the coolness, the sportiness, the everyday utility to the combination of the world time plus self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality. Great combo meal deal, two-piece. Hey, jab, right, cross, right? That is our perfect combination. Ati Lange und Söhne says IWC is incels wearing clocks. You're harsh. You are harsh. Oh, Paul Silesius. Love you, man. Thank you so much. Check out Paul's Instagram account. I love his collection and his taste. Paul has been a huge fan of Archie Luxury for the longest time. But he's also someone who stands his ground. You can see it when you take a look at his Instagram account. This guy has cojones, as we say in Spanish. You don't see many collectors having, in fact, the whole collection of Ralph Lauren watches and flexing them so proudly. I know he has also an incredible number of Pateks and Chapeks. He has, I think, a few LUC Chopard pieces as well. Of course, that's beautiful two-tone Explorer, which remains one of my favorites in the contemporary Rolex catalog, the Ballon Bleu by Cartier. That classic GMT Master 2 16710. I really appreciate you, Paul, and check out his Instagram account, which is Urbanitas, a man of culture, most certainly, spelled with a V, kind of in the faux Latinate way. St. Peter says to Team G, hopefully you're well. What type of boat is that in your picture? Let's see. JB says about the world time, I don't agree with all of the city choices in the most recent release, but just before that, I hope to have one day. Hey, you know, the kind of debates that we can get into in terms of what appears on the city's ring for a world time watch. But hey, if you are so heavily invested in it, either you seek the classic example from a certain period of time, which has the cities you like, or you go with an independent such as Andersen Genève. I can never deny the beauty of the world time watches they have created. I actually have a video coming up on that will be first shared with my members next week, and then eventually rolled out to the public as well. So I highly recommend you check that out. But I really would say that is a legitimate option. RT says the movement and correspondingly the case in the 5930, 5935 is very chunky and irregular for a non-high-end Grand Comp Patek. Not to be pedantic, RT, I know you would be the kind of person who would enjoy this actually, but I'm not saying it just for the sake of pedantry, but in Patek's terminology, a world time or a chronograph, even in their combination, is not a grand complication. So I don't know what you mean there, but you are right. Usually Patek's world time watches have micro rotor movements, which give them that delightful slimness, right? That's one of the reasons my mind went immediately to the to 5235. Precisely because that would kind of check a lot of boxes between the two of the watches. I think it's not a bad sacrifice for the 5930 to be a little thicker than the classic Patek Philippe World Time watch, because it's almost a different genre. I think it's more of a sporty piece than a dressy piece. It's more of an I don't know. I don't want to sound too much like cheap marketing, but it's more on the adventurous side than the conservative side. So I think the trade-off that comes with the thicker case is one that I would readily make. I can understand why it may not have been particularly popular. I can understand the effort to make the case bigger in the newer iteration in 5935 to perhaps even out the proportions, but I think they were fine in the 5930 to begin with. On the 5935, the hour disc is fine and well done. Other than that, it's a bit flat, but it's steel, so yeah, it has that going for it. Hey, for whatever reason, they have been able to sell really well this idea that a stainless steel Patek Philippe is the way to go. I still have a hard time conceding that by and large. Yeah, JB, the world time pieces are micro rotor, but not the 5930 and 5935. These are actually built on the base of the flyback chronograph, which uses a full rotor. So again, for me, it's absolutely not a deal breaker. I think that's a great movement. I think it fits the air of the watch, which I consider sportier than dressier. I also prefer the white gold version, 5235G, rather than the R. I know St. Peter disagrees with that. I like this rather than this, which is what St. Peter prefers. I think honestly, I love white metal pieces, so that's why I go to the 5235G, but the 5235R certainly has this dial going for it. I love the, anthracite gray / black two-tone aesthetic on the dial, those beautiful rose gold details as well, in terms of the rings that frame the sub-dials for the hour hand, as well as the small seconds. It's a beautiful watch, no doubt. I do prefer the 5235G as well, though, because I feel it's a very subdued but quietly cool and quirky piece. Ati Langonzone means, imagine being a weirdo collector who just owns regulator pieces. You'd need your sanity regulated. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, there's honestly, nowadays, there's a richness of options. Chrono Swiss, Louis Erard, between Chrono Swiss and Louis Erard and a 5235, you can have kind of, maybe like a 6-piece collection, but I'm not going to fantasize about that right now. But even the Chaikin Louis Erard or Louis Erard piece, the Time Eater watch, could be an interesting addition, right? I'm talking about this, which became insanely popular, kind of still riding on that unexpected hype around the Joker watch and the entire collection of wrist monsters that it spawned by Konstantin Chaikin. But yeah, there's you can in fact have an entire collection of regulator dial pieces. Why not? Why not? Oops. Right, so we were talking about the one-of-a-kind collection, the oak collection that is now going to be sold by Christie's, but that was exhibited at the Design Museum in Kensington, London last year. And this is a video, I think, that was done as part of that promotion. Nick Fox spoke for the occasion, so apparently they filmed some material here as well.
It is the first ever curated exhibition of a private collection of watches in an art museum.
What impressed me was that I heard this, what I thought was an urban legend, that there was this man who had built his own Patek Philippe shop inside the Freeport in Singapore. Patek Philippe boutique, and I thought I have to meet this man.
This collection has been built over in modern wristwatches. This is also one of the concepts that the collector loves. He likes vintage, but then goes to modern.
Collectors are the benchmark, the lifeblood of museums, and we really want to show people that you can really create something quite magical.
This is the first time a collector has imagined an exhibition in an art museum for his private collection of watches. So this private collection is very special. This is why the exhibition is called the Oak Exhibition. So it stands for one of a kind.
What I think is so important about this exhibition is that it is not the first time watches have gone on show, but it's the first time that a private collector has worked with a major cultural institution and museum, such as the Design Museum, to put on a show that really does give visitors, public and professional, a unique opportunity to appreciate the beauty, the variety, the ingenuity, and the sheer excellence of the very best watchmaking.
Now it's the time that watch will be recognized like a piece of art.
Tonight, we are celebrating the beauty, the design, and the ingenuity of Swiss watches, and the passion and know-how and the generosity of a collector who has made this unique exhibition possible.
Thank you very much indeed, Patrick, for choosing the Design Museum.
Right before Nick Fox started speaking and appearing, that was Jeffrey Ader. I may be butchering the pronunciation of his name, but the dedicated curator of the collection, who in fact helped Patrick Etrade acquire a lot of these watches. There we go. There are the two. Yeah, this is the team, basically. Patrick Etrade and Jeffrey Ader, who is his dedicated curator.
The opportunity to show an unbelievable watch collection that I didn't know existed.
Watches are like paintings, works of art. They have to be exhibited.
500 watches of this collection, they are all in absolutely perfect shape.
Mr. Jett I will place him just after the Graves and Packard collectors.
I had 43 cars. The emotion that I have with the watch, nothing to do in the car or in the painting. That's my bigger emotion.
By the way, remember
This is the top of the top.
The 1579, I think, is one of the favorites. The 1579 that we have here is particularly special because it comes from the original family.
For more than 40 years, the only brand who manufactured the chronograph was Perpetual.
This is the Pink on Pink 1518 that's not yet coming up for sale, but that was part of the collection and possibly worth anywhere between $6 to $10 million, I guess.
Third calendar was Patek Philippe.
The dial is the face of the watch. When you look at the watch, the first thing you will see is the color of the dial. It's the beauty of the dial. Then you will see the case. Finally, you will see the movement.
With Patek.
Meter. So beautiful, like it was always the same. Patek.
Blue. What? Oh man, I'm sorry, guys. Bezels. Thank you. I think
you will see is the color of the dial. It's the beauty of the dial.
Okay, two things. I think at some point I will try restarting, but I think we are just dealing with issues today in terms of the connection. So I do apologize. Because it's a marathon, because I started around 6:30 and I'm planning to go until Bezat Hashem until 12:30 or a little later. Nothing is off topic, right? We will have digressions, we will have diversions. We'll talk about a bunch of things. So if you want me to talk about something, be it a new release, something that you wanted me to talk about, that you wanted my opinion on, that you wanted me to chime in, but I couldn't because of my extended absence, feel free to shoot those questions in the chat. Again, if it's a super chat, that's even better. It is part of a charity effort, as you guys know, and every single one of them, super chats, super stickers, super thanks in the comments or whatever else, goes into the raffle today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and I will try to do all three of these broadcasts, all three of these live streams as a marathon, so 4 hours plus. This is amazing, by the way. A 3970, the classic 36 millimeter perpetual calendar chronograph, built on the base of Lemania CH27 in a pink gold case with a pink dial that is furthermore ennobled with 9 brilliant and 1 baguette cut diamond sets for the hour markers. Wow, it's a fantastic piece. And yes, so right after we finish this video, I will do another digression and we'll talk about the Acrivia Louis Vuitton or Louis Vuitton Recep Recepi collaboration as well.
Right. Then you will see the case, and finally you will see the movement.
With Patek, dial is always perfect.
I'm sure the most historically important or valuable in the eyes of the community would be the reference 2523 in yellow gold with a unbelievable blue center disc in translucent enamel. That is definitely one that comes to my mind.
Usually only 3 who have been produced, and it's nearly Le Bleu.
Okay.
Klein Blue. This watch is one of the most demanded watch in the world.
valuable, historic. I'm sure the most historically important or valuable in the eyes of the community would be the reference 2523 in yellow gold with a.
I love that Nick Fox's strong nodding was, you know, his particular contribution to this. But you can't disagree with it, right? The Double Crown version of the World Time is absolutely iconic, very rare in and of itself. A beautiful aesthetic, very balanced. As much as I like that pusher at 10 o'clock, having this double crown arrangement, one for setting time at 3 o'clock, one for manipulating the city's ring, and the hour hand at 9 o'clock, I think is absolutely cool. I also love the angular lugs. It is a beautiful, beautiful watch. And of course, that's what I call a tulip style hand, and that translucent enamel disc at the center of the dial only adds to the magnificence of this watch. And Yves Klein Blue, as Patrick Guétrade shared there, is the best way of putting it. As you guys might know, Yves Klein was from Nice, and his particular take on the blue was heavily inspired by the blue skies and blue seas of the Mediterranean, even though it was devised as a paint in a Parisian workshop. So what better shade of blue in enamel for the center of a World Time watch than the one that represents the colors of the Mediterranean skies and seas. And you see, speaking of World Time watches with unique cities or locations on the ring, you have Tahiti, Samoa, Klondike, Montreal, Chicago, Algiers, Dakar, Rome. I think there's like La Paz somewhere, Tokyo, Adelaide, even names that we don't use anymore, right? Like Saigon or alternative spellings, right? Like Pekin. But there's Baghdad, there's Aden. Very interesting piece and absolutely beautiful too, in yellow gold and that blue enamel center.
Unbelievable blue center disc in translucent enamel. That is definitely one that comes to my mind.
There's only 3 who have been produced, and it's nearly Le Bleu Klein, Klein Blue. This watch is one of the most demanded watch in the world.
Patek Philippe had always in this collection beautiful enamel pieces. Now the difficulty was always the same. How can you put something so beautiful like enamel on a tiny watch with like maybe 35, 36 millimeter?
This is exceptional. Exceptional. This is 2481, this one 2482, more rare. But the design here is maybe better. I don't know. Really, this is, there is nothing to say.
Thank you, Maldives. Thank you so much. Super sticker, £49.99 sterling. Thank you so much. If you guys want to contribute to the channel in other ways, the links are actually included in the description, but that is the link to my PayPal now. And I appreciate that. But just so you know, again, I will donate the full amount of super chats, super stickers, and thanks. I consider what I get on Patreon, on PayPal, etc., as mine, right? So if you want everything to go into the charity effort, the chats here are perfect. I know, yes, Google takes 30%. I make up for it. So that's my contribution for the charity. I don't mind that. But if you want to support me and support the channel, of course, you know, every single thing that you give to me in whatever case comes back to you in the quality and quantity of the content on the channel. So I appreciate that in either case. And yes, every single contribution gets a number for the raffle as well. Oh, nice. I love this. Maldives sent me a PayPal. And again, I will make an exception to this, Maldives. If you want the PayPal amount to go into the charity as well, it's my pleasure. I don't mind, because I was just clarifying and I received this. So if you want that amount to go into the charity directly, I have no problem with it. But he asks whether I can do a tropical capsule wardrobe from socks to dinner jackets for it to all to fit into a large check-in. I would love this. Should I do it now? Maybe right after I finish this video, Maldives. Is that okay? Right after we look at this video. I can also do it in a separate video too and prepare a little better, but you know, it's not. I have to be honest. It's not a puzzling question to me. I can do it on the go, but since you're always so generous, I don't mind doing something more dedicated with additional research as well.
Most people don't even know of its existence. We know of the Daytona, we know of the Sub, we know of the GMT, but a very short production, a complicated movement nevertheless a sports watch that would be water resistant. I think a lot of the collectors are into these details.
The platinum Henry Graves Junior Tourbillon was the first watch that Patrick Retrett acquired that came from that mythical collection.
And here's the other thing, right? It's a sprawling collection. Surely there is a theme, right? The rarity and exclusivity of the pieces, the fact that they're limited collection, but you find in it classic Rolex sports pieces, from GMT Masters to Submariners to Jean-Claude Killy that they just looked at, the triple calendar chronograph, which is, of course, much more rare and some of the most complicated pieces that Rolex produced in its classical era. we have looked at some of the most extensive collection of Calatravas, Patek's classic dress pieces, world time watches, from the pocket watch form all the way into the double crown world time, which is very, very rare, and again, a watch that has an estimate within millions of dollars rather than thousands. That was the 2523J. And now we are looking at some exquisite pocket watches that belonged originally to one of those canonical collections, right? People obsess over Henry Graves's collection of Patek Philippe pieces. So here are a few examples that eventually found their way to Patrick Guetrede's collection.
I said that this is 2020. You cannot find better. The watch is new. Henry Graves is a myth. This is one of the most important watches in the world.
The collection is colorful, is lively, and includes a great early generation Nautilus, as much as an extremely humble looking Calatrava.
Watches are works of art, and this is a fact.
If you...
And yeah, I forgot to mention this, right? Between those Calatravas, there are all these stunning pieces that really drive home the point that a special wristwatch, at the very least, maybe not every single mechanical wristwatch, but a wristwatch that can testify to a certain kind of rarity to a traditional craft, especially such as these, is really a work of art. I mean, how else can you describe these pieces with such beautiful micro paintings in enamel with the entire dial? It's incredible.
If you were to say, Aurel, name the 5 top collectors in the world, of course, I would immediately mention Patrick's collection. So here they are. Here's in one room this collection, in another room this. You can pick one and have it for yourself.
The funny thing here is, of course, Christie's gets to use Aurel Bach's raving stamp on the collection. Of course, Aurel works for Philips. Aurel leads the watch division for Philips. But since Christie's eventually got to auction off these pieces, they can now use this video to hype up that auction, which must be an interesting dynamic, right? Of course, Aurel used to be at Christie's before he started off the watches division for Philips in collaboration with Bach and Rousseau, as it said, right?
I could imagine trying to walk home with Patrick's collection for myself.
And that was just a dream, right? This was, again, a video recorded for the promotion of last year's exhibition at the Design Museum. But these watches will actually be for sale, starting with the part 1 of the auction on November 23rd in Hong Kong. Wow. Oh, there's another.
This is the top of the top.
By the way, that video, of course, the extended conversation they had with auctioneers and other experts had a certain slant towards vintage pieces, but this collection actually has a lot of contemporary unique stuff too, like that platinum 5980.
This is the top of the top.
Right, that 40th anniversary 5976, I think. Sorry, that of course taking after 1976. Right, so there are many contemporary rare pieces, including again new old stock Patek Philippe, and even an Acrivia piece, actually.
This watch is one of the most demanded watch in the world.
Mr. Shahzada, I will place him just after the Graves and Packard collector.
And yet Graves and Packard are these historically important collections, of course, from a different age, pocket watch collections. And I think Thierry Stern is also being rather conservative in his estimation, considering that Patrick Gettrade inherits from the Graves collection and, enhances it in so many ways in combining it with a lot of contemporary wristwatches as well, in addition to all these vintage classics. To me, at least, that makes his collection a lot more interesting than Graves or Packard, as much as those ultra complications are quite enticing in their own way. In hindsight, I should have guessed. I mean, with this kind of marketing put behind it, it was almost obvious that it was going to turn into something else rather than just a very sophisticated way of honoring the collector and ultimately also going for this project of also honoring watch collecting as a particular kind of curation that is artful, that is aesthetically invested, and as prestigious as collecting, cars or paintings. In hindsight, we should have guessed. By the way, I kept saying November 23rd, but I think it's November 26th, actually. Okay, just Give me 1 second here. Yeah, I think it's November 2026. But here are some other watches that they detail. The collector's significant commitment to contemporary watchmaking and charitable causes is also amply demonstrated in the collection, because it has several watches from the Only Watch charity auctions from 9 different occasions, 10 pieces in total, which has that Kari Voutilainen GMT 6 that we have seen. There's also a Moser, Chanel, Hublot, and Roger Dubuis. Again, 10 different Only Watch timepieces. There is the Patek Philippe reference 1436, that yellow gold split seconds chronograph with the black dial. There is a new old stock Universal Genève, a Nina Rindt chronograph, which is quite exciting, not only because of its aesthetics and charm as being actually worn in the Patek by Nina Rindt, the supermodel, and the widow of the legendary driver Jochen Rindt, but also because of its proximity to the Daytona of the same time. A Breguet triple calendar chronograph once owned by the French actor Jean-Paul Belmondo. I talked about this watch on my Instagram, by the way, once upon a time. So that's very interesting. And please do follow me on Instagram as well. Jack Brabham's Breguet Type 20 chronograph of 1959. Awe-inspiring watches by independent makers that include, again, that GMT6 Kari Voutilainen, but also an Acrivia stainless steel AK06 Cadran Spécial Bleu. So okay, let's do a little bit of style. I actually like this proposition quite a bit, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think, since you said it as well, I guess you can have, kind more for a daily occasion. I always personally err on the side of overdressing, but then again, I also, being a person who runs hot and sweats a lot, suffer from it. So do take what I will recommend, Maldives, with a pinch of salt. But I think with certain modifications, you can adapt what I'm going to suggest quite easily to other, in different ways, right? If, for example, I'm going to say, get a linen suit, let's say in a beautiful shade of tobacco, Irish linen, I think that would be a fantastic option for a suit. Let's pull up if we have a nice example of that. I like the tobacco suit as an example. Because the linen material, of course, is probably much more weather appropriate than wool. Of course, there are different weights, but from most wool and different weaves, of course. I think linen has this casual, carefree vibe as well, because of the way it wrinkles, and it does wrinkle. And I think that actually contributes to a slightly rumpled, but still put together air that's more than appropriate for a nice vacation, or simply a tropical environment where you want to look like you are putting in the effort, but also you want to make it look effortless. You want to make it look carefree. Linen is the perfect material for that. You can choose it like a double-breasted, with a double-breasted jacket here, as this gentleman has. And that goes perfectly, of course, with a with the peak lapels. But of course, if that's too ostentatious for you, for whatever reason, I know there's a certain stigma among some people still for double-breasted jackets. Feel free to just get a single-breasted, but I think it's just very cool. As you can see, the gentleman here wears it in an unbuttoned fashion. Usually what I really like about double-breasted jackets is you can just enclose it, you can just keep it buttoned. You have a very nice, well-curated and limited triangle here. So when you are wearing a tie, it's very easy to look put together. When you let go of the tie, again, with, let's say, chambray colored or a white shirt. If you have a nice tan, I look pale as hell right now, so I'm not very happy with myself. But if you have a nice tan, you can wear this also with a nice crisp white linen shirt as well, or like a chambray colored shirt, or even a denim shirt. Although that might be a little heavy, I would rather go with something that harkens to the color of denim, perhaps even a darker shade of blue, rather than wearing actual denim, which probably will not be climate appropriate. The great thing about this is, again, you can wear it buttoned and with a tie. Let's say a knit tie that complements the color of the suit without picking up on it. Like I can see it with maybe a khaki knit tie, khaki knitted tie, or burgundy knitted tie. The German maker Ascot makes great pieces of it. The Japanese firm Kamakura Shirts can be actually a one-stop shop for both your shirt needs and the knitted ties as well, because they do have a very extensive collection of German-made knitted ties. Let me see. Collection, German collection. Yeah, like either one of this. Right, one of these or one of each if you like. You can wear that linen suit with a crisp white shirt, which can also be linen, which can be Oxford cloth, Royal Oxford if you want a little bit more sheen, maybe. Again, depending on your style, if you like Oxford cloth, I think Oxford cloth shirts with button-down collars are actually quite cool. Again, you know, you can even leave them unbuttoned if you want. If you want to go really casual, leave your double-breasted jacket unbuttoned, have at it, you know, let it all hang. Single-breasted would be just fine, of course. But the great thing about a tobacco linen suit like that is that for another occasion, you can just leave the jacket at home and wear it with a polo. You know, why not? Right? Wear it with a polo, short sleeve polo probably. Again, I love long sleeve polos, but then again, California can get quite hot, but I don't necessarily live in a tropical climate, and it's not humid here at all. But something like this would be beautiful at night, perhaps, when it's still a little bit chilly. Let's say if you're walking on sand, you know, at night, you know, you can keep the pants, those tobacco linen pants, and wear a polo like this, like a long sleeve polo. You can wear it with a short sleeve polo, you know, from piqué material, from jersey material. Of course, if you want one with a horsey, you have to go with Ralph Lauren, but really any brand would work. I think, again, once again, you can go with any shade of blue with those tobacco linen pants. You can, of course, go with a crisp white. If you want a little bit more muted, you can go with burgundy or like a heather gray, which will almost match, but not quite. I would say go with short sleeve, but if you feel like you might combine it with, you know, for an outfit at night where you're by the beach and when it can get chilly or windy, of course you can go for a long sleeve, and you can, of course, always roll up your sleeves. So there's that option. For the socks, honestly, I wouldn't sweat much. Your choice. I like solid colors. I like generally socks that match the color of my pants, except when they don't. So if you are wearing tobacco linen or, you know, khaki colored pants, I would try to go with a pair of socks that match that as much as possible. I love this French shop, Mes Chaussettes Rouges, my red socks. Incidentally, most of the socks here are from Italian manufacturers. And if you really want to go wild and have like one eye-catching detail in what is otherwise a muted outfit, let's say you chose a tobacco linen suit like this, you went for single-breasted, and let's say you are wearing it with like a pale blue Oxford cloth shirt with a button-down collar, or a crisp white shirt with like a nice French collar. Use your socks for an accent. Go with the red ones, made by Gammarelli, which is the local tailor to the Vatican. They are themselves based in Rome. And the socks they used to make for the cardinals, and I think they still do, are in red. And there's an option for cotton, and there's an option for wool. So get a couple of pairs of both. The cotton you can use for the tropical setting. The wool you can use anywhere else. They're also slightly different in color. The cotton one pops a lot more. It's a brighter shade of red, whereas the woolen version is more like a brick red, Moroccan red, as it were. And what I really love about these socks are they are knee-high. So you pull them all the way up when you wear them in the morning, and you don't have to sweat it for the rest of the day. They stay. They don't roll down to your ankles, which is one of the most irritating and also embarrassing things for a man. When I'm putting an effort to dress up, to put myself together, the last thing I want personally is to show skin that I don't want to show. So if you want to wear socks, even though I think no-show socks or even going sockless with a pair of loafers is a fine look for a tropical setting, I would go with some of the socks that Mes Chaussettes Rouges, my red socks, sells. Let me drop some of those links. I said Mes Chaussettes Rouges, that is for the socks. I said Kamakura Shirts, which has amazing Japanese-made shirts, and also German and Italian-made ties, among other things. They are Japanese-based, but their style is very much inflected by that Ivy League style, as it's called, that classic old boy, waspy, trad American take on dressing well. I also recommended their ties, right? The German-made knit ties, which are out of the box, very nice and crisp, have this luster to them, which makes them really attractive to me, but also a sense of casualness. And both of these colors that you're seeing right here, the khaki and burgundy, would be fantastic with a linen suit. So I'm going to drop that link directly there. You can also look at the larger collection of the website with the kamakurashirts.com. But yeah, their vintage IV collection is one of my favorite. They have, man, they have expanded it quite a bit. But let's see, for example, boom. This for that linen suit. And also, you know, I don't want to insist on the tobacco especially. I mean, for me, it's just cool because it also, if you like smoking cigars too, it's a nice shape to pick up on, you know, from the leaf to the material of the suit. But of course, you can go with something of a more neutral color as well, like quote unquote beige, a more traditional color. But in either case, this chambray number right here would go really well with that tieless or with a knit tie. Beautiful. I love all these old school details, like the button on the back of the collar. The hanger loop. I mean, it's amazing. You know, I have infinite love for Japanese people. When they care about something, they care and they preserve it and reproduce it and perfect it to such a level of detail that it's incredible. And the prices are not outrageous either. Right, $120 for a shirt. It's not necessarily too much. Tax and duties are included in that price. And if you get a few shirts and a few knit ties, I think you can get their limit for free shipping as well, which is apparently $3.99. So this is a brand that I really love, that I wear all the time. Not today. This is just good old Ralph, Uncle Ralph. But I would highly recommend them. It would be my dream, by the way, if they endorsed me one day. I would kill for one free shirt from Kamakura. But joking aside, in the meantime, they are quite reasonably priced as well, especially considering how sometimes lesser brands have much higher prices for a single shirt. And of course, Polo, Ralph Lauren, when it's not on sale, is already much more expensive than this. And I would say, compared to the Polo line, which is mostly imported stuff now, the Japanese-made shirts are at a different level. Of course, if you have, you know, your shirts made bespoke, by all means, that's great too. I would highly recommend this green Oxford as well. Of course, it's kind of picks up on that stunning shirt that Miles Davis was wearing on the cover of Milestones. I think this would fit really well with a linen suit although admittedly it's a little bit more bold as a choice. And of course, you can just go for something white in broadcloth with a spread color without the placket, ideally. These are all with plackets. But yeah, something like that wouldn't look off, especially if you are wearing a tie over it. And I think that covers a number of outfits, right? You can take your wife out for a nice dinner. You can have a change of clothes, leave your jacket in the room and change into your long sleeve polo for a night walk by the beach with your mistress. Sorry, I'm just kidding around. I need to joke once every so often. And that can cover a number of occasions, right? That can take you to a nice dinner and dates. That can take you to the bar. That can take you to a day out with the boys, lounging around in a cigar bar, smoking. I think it would look great, completely put together, buttoned up, and with a tie, but also without. I think a linen suit with a nice pair of pants. And I like that tobacco because of that, is great. I think a classic pair of penny loafers, as the gentleman wears here, is a great choice. If you want to go for something a little flashier, you can go with like a pair of Spectators. Those, it can be any type of shoe, really. It can be even a derby or loafer, but the traditional way we know them is as Oxfords. So let's see if I can. It's like a classic pair of loafers that you can wear with socks, no-shows, or even sockless, depending on your taste and what you feel comfortable with, would be great. I think you can either go, as I said, with a pair of khaki-colored socks. You can go with something burgundy, or you can go with something bright red. Mes Chaussettes Rouge, my red socks, has a great selection. If you want to be a little more adventurous with the shoes, you can go for Spectators, right, which refers to this particular combination, kind of a two-tone aesthetic in the shoe. I think that's a great way to put it. Wingtip Oxfords are great, but you can certainly go with loafers styled in a similar way. But look at that. I mean, this is also a Japanese maker, by the way, Yohei Fukuda. And he might have a longer waiting list and lead time than John Lobb at this point. So I wouldn't line up for a pair of Fukuda shoes for a trip that you are going to have soon, but just to have an idea of the aesthetic, of the style. But if you really want to go all the way, the whole 9 yards, so to speak, that's not a bad way to go. Like a spectator shoes, either styled like a classic penny loafer or a wingtip Oxford. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with a pair of classic brown penny loafers. And yeah, I think, this double-breasted aesthetic is beautiful. Again, I love the choice of green. I don't like this gingham check aesthetic. It's never been my favorite. Not a fan, but this is a combination that you can wear with any kind of shirt, really, as long as you don't go overboard. I think it would look stunning with a chambray shirt. It would look stunning with a crisp white shirt, with or without tie. In another setting, it would even look great with an actual denim shirt as well, even though it might make you overheat a little bit in that particular climate. What else do we need to cover? The dinner jacket situation. I think once again you can go with by the way, just so I don't leave you with that, only because I do want to you can go with a linen suit that is more neutral in color, something like this, somewhere in the scale of cream and beige, if the tobacco is a little too over the top for you. And for the dinner jacket too, I'll give two options. Because I think an off-white dinner jacket, like the classic Dr. No style, oh, sorry, that was in Goldfinger, no? Yeah, I love this website, by the way, guys. Bond Suits, where the author scrutinizes every single outfit in Bond, including some of the best villains, down to the smallest detail. But I absolutely adore this particular combination that Sean Connery as James Bond wears in Goldfinger. Off-white, not exactly white, is a great choice for warm weather. It has the same, or you can say similar styling to the traditional black tie outfit, even though it connotes a little bit of a more relaxed occasion, less formal, so to speak. It's something that, you know, if you already have a dinner jacket, I'm sure it's probably either black or navy. So this can be a good option. Once again, you can choose it single or double-breasted. I will leave that up to you. You can choose it with peak lapel or a shawl color, like shawl lapel. Let me see if I can find a picture like that. And in each case, you can most certainly find options in single and double-breasted. Oh, the purple label, Ralph Lauren has a great shawl color dinner jacket in silk, double-breasted as well. My God. And with cocktail cuffs too, like these turn-ups on the cuffs, which Sean Connery's Bond had on some of his shirts. Amazing. Wow. This is way out of my price range, but it might be a signature Maldives dinner jackets. Oops. Wait, let me see if I can shorten this link so it actually fits in a single line. Yeah, right here. This is the Ralph Lauren purple label dinner jacket. Again, guys, I really, really appreciate you for staying with me on this live. I really needed to distract myself tonight. I was planning to talk just about watches, but it is always a blessing to be with friends, and Maldives most certainly always blesses me with his contributions, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to do this for him. Yeah, I'm assuming you have already a dinner jacket of some sort, Maldives. So I would say, you know, take the risk and go with this beautiful off-white silk number. And again, it's probably going to be, I mean, if it requires black tie, chances are that it's going to be at night, possibly outside or in an air-conditioned environment, in part at least. So the silk won't really choke you, won't really suffocate you, I meant to say. And all the details are right here right? If you have single-breasted, of course, you want a single button because that's the only one you need. That's the only one you button, and you keep it buttoned up all the time. The good thing I like about the double-breasted dinner jacket is that in a way it's easier to get right when it's off the rack, and again it stays tidy, right? You have to worry less necessarily about where your pants are, how much of your shirt is exposed, right? It tidies up everything in a very neat way, in a very practical way, and you don't have to worry about whether your pants are high enough or not, if a little bit of your shirt is showing under your button enclosure or not, so on and so forth. So that's what I really like about double-breasted dinner jackets. The shawl color, I think, is just perfect. Peak lapels are beautiful. I love how aggressive they are. I love a navy blazer with peak lapels in double-breasted, absolutely. But I think since you're already going a little bit less formal, a little bit more casual with an off-white dinner jacket, why not lean harder on that and go with a shawl color, which again has that implication, has that aspiration towards being more relaxed, right? It's like you are wearing a gown at home. That's usually where you have shawl colors, not necessarily in an outfit that you wear out, but this is exactly what you're doing here. So I think leaning harder on that is great. I have not mentioned handkerchief, but I think a classic cotton linen would be just fine. The French maker Simono Godard makes great pieces. If you get just the mix of white cotton linen they have, in white, I think you can use it both for your tobacco suit and your dinner jacket, something like this. This is 50% cotton, 50% linen. Very, very classical, very neutral, minimal pattern, but great texture. Edges turned by hand, so it is actually beautiful and extremely elegant, and you can certainly use this for your tobacco linen jacket as well as your dinner jacket. By the way, speaking of that tobacco linen suit, or simply the linen suit, especially if it's a darker color, like a darker shade of beige or tobacco, you can certainly combine it with white jeans or a white pair of pants as well, right? I know people say don't break up suits or whatever. Yeah, don't break up a classic navy business suit, right? Don't try to wear it as a sports jacket. But if it is a unique piece like this, like a linen suit, you can certainly wear this jacket with white pants in the same way I said you can wear the pants with a polo, and it would be a great outfit for a walk on the beach or the boardwalk or whatever else. Coming back to the dinner jackets, I think the rest is pretty straightforward. You still go with classic tuxedo pants. The great thing again with the double-breasted jacket, as you're seeing here, is you don't need a cummerbund, right? Again, that's really what you use to clean up that exposure I was talking about under the button. If you have a double-breasted jacket, you don't need to worry too much about that. You're going to pair it with a classic pair of tuxedo pants. Which will have that satin detail, of course, running down on the sides. And to kind of insist on something casual, right? I'm not gonna push the classic patent leather shoes, but maybe you can just get like Prince Albert style slippers, or even espadrilles that would match with your pants, like black espadrilles. Maybe it's too adventurous, but the Prince Albert slippers most certainly would go. I wouldn't go with any crazy colors or patterns. Of course, the symbols are fine. I think they had, for example, one that had, a dram of scotch on one shoe or one slipper and, a cigar on the other. They have different dogs here. Let me see. They have some interesting stuff without going overboard like some of these do here. Yeah, I would go with a pair of, black Prince Albert slippers without any particular pattern or weave, just maybe an interesting symbol like this, right? It's playful enough, but classical enough. Of course, you are going to wear black silk socks inside these to match with your pants. And I think you can fit this into a bag you can check in, right? Maybe a nice pipe to match. Why not? I mean, look, Maldives asked for a dinner jacket. I know it's not something we wear on an everyday occasion, but it's I don't know. I appreciate this. I really, really like it. Yeah, speaking of fine gentlemen with world-class collections, Maldives has a pretty nice collection of watches as well. Maybe he is not Patrick Getreid, but he comes pretty close. So thank you, Maldives, and let me know if you think I can improve on this. If you think I can add other suggestions. I have not gone into what you would wear by the pool, etc. I can most certainly do that as well, if you would like. I think you can also go for like a light Italian cashmere kind of jumper as well, if you want, for the night out. And you can wear that right on the skin, which most Americans will probably detest me for even saying. But if you really want to wear a shirt inside that, you can, if you're wearing a V-neck sweater, get a bicycle neck shirt. If you're wearing a D-neck sweater, get a V-neck shirt inside. Orlebar Brown or Villebrequin has great selections of swimming shorts. I know it's predictable, but anyways, I think Drake's has a great collection. I don't know if they have it year round, but they used to sell swimming shorts made in patterns that resemble silk ties by the Italian brand Fedeli. But yeah, let me drop some links for those. I think, again, Orlebar Brown is a usual suspect. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be so out of the ordinary and something you wouldn't be able to think of your own. So I hope you indulge me when I share these. But yeah, Orlebar Brown and Villebrequin are I just did the jacket / tuxedo. So I hope that link goes through too. I am having trouble with my connection again. I would get an espadrille. You know, I would get a nice pair of espadrilles for the pool or beach. Who makes these days, honestly? I think there used to be a Spanish brand. I forget what they're called. But I think Mr. Porter used to carry them. Let me see. And I will also see if Drake's has. And guys, thank you, by the way, for your support. I am compiling a capsule collection for a tropical getaway for my friends. I love Maldives here. Castanier, that's what the brand is for the espadrilles. Let me see. They have a lot of nubuck and suede kind of situation. I think it's because of the season. I think it's because of the season. But they should have something in canvas or something. Interesting. Oh yeah, they do. Of course they do. Yeah. I'm gonna drop that link too. Oh my God, I have so many windows open. Suddenly I'm losing myself in this whole mess. All right, right here. These are espadrilles that you might want to get for the poolside. You know, look, I'm sure flip-flops would be fine. No one will judge, but since we are going all the way, you know, why not? Right? And yes, I wanted to see if Drake's still sells those swim shorts that are styled like silk ties, or rather, I mean, they're not styled like silk ties, but they have patterns that resemble traditional patterns of silk ties. So let me see. Well, apparently Fedeli has its own e-shop now, so I guess we can go there. And yeah, they have, that. So they make great knitwear in general. So I suppose you can get your polos from here as well. And why not a pair of swim trunks as well? Right? They have different patterns. As you can see, some of them are styled like classic ties. So this is the summer corner situation right there. I'm dropping the link for that as well. All right, let me take a short break to get water as I go back to maybe close our discussion on the oak collection that is apparently going for sale starting November 26th in Hong Kong with Christie's. Let me pull up the link for that once again. And I'll be right back. After that. But yes, Maldives, if I forgot anything, if I skipped out on anything, any category that I didn't cover, anything else that you think you would want in this capsule collection, any area that I perhaps didn't necessarily think about, let me know. But I think we covered most of it. I'll be right back with the oak collection again. All right, we're back. JB is going to Watch Time in New York. So hopefully you guys can meet up. He says, Beazles, I hope I can meet you in New York and St. Peter. That is a nice prospect. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see if this loaded. Yes, we can. We took a look at the AP perpetual calendar, but since it's the thumbnail, so to speak, that is the one which perhaps has the highest estimates. We took a look at the 1463 Patek split seconds chronograph, mid-century, I think from 1950, if I'm not mistaken. That delights as much in its functionality as it does in its aesthetics. Really a stunning combination of black and gold. There is an Acrivia Recep Recepi stainless steel piece. It's the AK-06. Pièce unique, one of a kind, as is the case with the Only Watch examples. There's that Breguet Type 20, which belongs to, well, which once belonged to the Australian motorsports legend, Jack Brabham. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. The late Sir Brabham. Beautiful piece there. With a tri-compacts configuration, 3 registers for the chronograph, including a 15-minute totalizer in the big eye aesthetic at 3 o'clock, syringe hands, spear-shaped centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, and a bi-directionally rotatable 12-hour bezel, an absolute classic, and seems to have patinated just right. Absolutely beautiful. The Voutilainen GMT6, again from the Only Watch, I think from the edition in 2015. Ooh, can't believe it. Again, a lot of the pieces that I have seen and also covered on my Instagram, and I don't think there's anyone who is listening right now who is not following me on Instagram, but if you aren't, please do. These are extremely rare dive watches that were made by Breguet when the Brown family still owned the brand in very limited numbers. There are a few different versions of it. I cannot imagine that they would be made in very large or significant numbers. No Breguet watch sold for civilians is like that from this period of time. What I really love about this is how it is a classic dive watch with that old school Breguet script, the uncrossed T at the end, beautiful cursive, the lozenge-shaped hour marker at 12 o'clock, oversized luminous plots, unframed for every other index except for 3 o'clock, which has, of course, the date window and center sweep seconds, a very minimalistic rotatable bezel, fascinating piece. These Breguet dive watches appear on auction once every so often, and because there is such a limited number of them, because there are not many of them to go around to begin with, they usually break records. They usually sell for record-setting prices. Let me see if I can find my coverage of it on Instagram. And you see the estimate for that is 800,000 to 1,600,000 Hong Kong dollars. And that's roughly 100,000 to 200,000 in US dollars. An absolutely stunning piece. Quite unusual, limited in number, and therefore very appealing, of course, to a collector like Patrick Gettrade and many others who pride rarity and exclusivity because that was mainly his request. We're gonna look at the new Acrivia Louis Vuitton collaboration. Okay, where to start? Now, let's start with this. You remember when Omega released a chiming version of the Speedmaster, which was built on a movement primarily engineered by Blancpain, there were a lot of strong emotions around it. No doubt, Chrono Chime, the Speedmaster Chrono Chime, was an amazing watch, stunning looking, unique movement insofar as it sounds out the elapsed time as it's counted by the chronograph rather than the present time. So very innovative from a technical standpoint as well, first of its kind, and a kind of really part of a promotional move, part of a marketing ploy, and I use this in the most neutral sense possible, that was ultimately aimed at putting Omega back on the map as a prestigious watchmaker, right? I don't think Omega necessarily has a problem with the Speedmaster being an everyman's watch, but I think overall it does put them at this difficult situation where a lot of their catalog is perceived as alternatives to Rolex. So a lot of their marketing efforts center around restoring that horological prestige to the brand, trying to find ways of making Omega more glamorous overall. Hence, again, as part of that campaign, we saw also a lot of gem sets and different kinds of precious metal versions of the Speedmaster. I'm not going to go into the whole Moonswatch or Thrifty Fathoms rant again. My position is well known by now. I think they undermine a lot of what they do on this front with that particular line of work, that particular approach. But coming back to Louis Vuitton, Jean Arnault, I think, took over watches in Louis Vuitton now perhaps 3 years ago. And that might seem like a short time, but it's not. And I'm going to say that for two reasons. One, proportionally speaking, I think Jean Arnault is still 25 years old. So 3 years is a significant amount of time for him. And it is a significant amount of time because he did accomplish, I'm going to put it like that, quite a bit since he took over the division. And a lot of that has to do with how you present watches as part of this, what is now at once both a mainstream and a hyper luxury brand in Louis Vuitton. He decided to eliminate all the quartz watches. He decided to, by that, also eliminate a lot of more accessibly priced and fashion-oriented pieces. He put increasing emphasis on La Fabrique du Temps, which was for the longest time only for very complicated, one-of-a-kind and automata-oriented pieces that they made for special occasions and private customers. Now, La Fabrique du Temps is the centerpiece of their watchmaking. They are not only the talk of the town now every other year when Louis Vuitton makes an only watch for that special charity auction, but they're part of the high horological conversation now because Jean Arnaud put a lot of effort into putting the watchmakers first. Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazzini, who have a great wealth of experience behind them, having made so many complicated watches for so many different brands, having worked themselves with, at Patek Philippe, with Gérard Janta, and in so many other areas. They had proven their mettle already, but they were really given center stage in the revival of first the Daniel Roth brand with that subscription tourbillon, and now the Gérard Janta brand with the only watch that is being auctioned at the beginning of next month. So we have to understand this collaboration between Acrivia and Louis Vuitton within this perspective, right? It is all made with the purpose of injecting Louis Vuitton with high horological prestige. Louis Vuitton is not just making fashion or fashionable watches. It's not just making crazy designs. It's not only focusing on more accessible pieces anymore. It is trying to lift their watches to that hyper luxury, to that haute couture level that now characterizes the rest of the brands. So now it is about La Fabrique du Temps, it is about Daniel Roth, it is about Gérard Janta, and it is about the collaborations that Louis Vuitton is going to have with independent watchmakers. Apparently, this is the first installment. There's going to be at least 4 more. I don't know whether that includes their prize. Right, because they have this competition, as you know, that's called like Louis Vuitton Watch Prize for Independent Creatives, right, which has kind of like a scholarship component when you think about it, in the way that it will bring in the winner of the competition into La Fabrique du Temps, at least for the year. As you know, the semi-finalists have just been announced, and it runs the gamut, really, from brands that are already known and recognized to brands that are just emerging. there's Offre Paris, Felipe Pikulik, from the more known names. Others who are trying to break, like Ita Inoue, like Yosuke Sekiguchi, the Simon Brett watch, which is one of the front runners of this year's GPHG, is part of that. Peterman Beda's split seconds chronograph is part of it. Again, Raoul Paget is, or Pages, I think, is also part of the conversation, part of the semifinalists. Anyway, so there will be 5 finalists. I don't know if that number 5 is part of the collaborations to come, or maybe every year they will choose one to collaborate, but they wanted to use this occasion and this particular collaboration to basically initiate a whole line of collaborations. And remember, they announced a whole jury for this competition, and jury itself included Recep Recepi. So Recep Recepi has been in connection, in a conversation with Jean Arnaud for quite some time now, and it is going to be basically one in many collaborations to come. The first of many collaborations to come, I should say. And here's the committee of experts. Of course, it includes Enrico Barbazzini and Michel Navas as well, I think. Right, there's Michel Navas. It also has Recep Recepi, Kari Voutilainen, Philippe Dufort, if I'm not mistaken, if I have not missed out, right there. Denis Flageolet, Nick Fox, James Dowling, Jack Forster. It includes who is who, I guess, in the world of watches, collectors, journalists, shills, but also genuine horological experts, watchmakers, and collectors as well. So anyhow, that brings us back to this collaboration, which is going to be extremely exclusive. I think about 10 pieces. It's a double-faced watch, a chronograph. You might not immediately recognize it, but it does build on the classic tambour case shape of Louis Vuitton, but this is a take of Jean-Pierre Agman, the famous case maker for Patek Philippe, the famous case maker who made the cases for Recep Recepi's Chronomètre Contemporain series. So, and honestly, those lugs beautifully stepped and positively arachnoid are probably my favorite part of the watch. The watch has basically an open worked front, you might say. A translucent or transparent dial, which is tinted sapphire, where you can peek into the chronograph movements. That part is time only. The main attraction being, again, the movement itself that you can glimpse at through the tinted sapphire dial. Of course, the logo there, the Acrivia logo with the V, incorporates the LV emblem too, which is an interesting touch. I will leave it without a comment. On the back, what greets you is a white enamel dial, Kramfe enamel. Beautiful piece. Gives the watch this kind of two-faced nature, you know, where you have something quite industrial in the form of that transparent tinted sapphire dial, which makes the movement the central showpiece in the front. But on the back, you have, with this white enamel dial, almost a pocket watch / stopwatch aesthetic. And it has the red hand for the minutes and the blued hands for the chronograph seconds. And this watch too, just like the Omega Speedmaster Chrono Chime, combines the functions of a chiming watch with a chronograph. In this case, it is chiming every minute. I do want to, again, focus on the aesthetics for a little bit. There are these 6 markers that have the look of studs, kind of giving it at least a suggestion of the aesthetic of Louis Vuitton trunks. These are apparently gold cubes filled with translucent fired enamel as well. A similar technique to stained glass, apparently. It is also a tourbillon, said to have been developed from scratch by Recep Recepi, by the way. The movement is. Sorry about that Yoda-esque expression. The movement is supposedly developed from scratch by Recep Recepi, which I believe in it, but I have a sense that maybe it doesn't quite make sense for just a 10-piece run, but perhaps they can use that movement in different watches as well. At least Recep can use that movement in some other watches. Maybe not in this, you know, Hagman interpretation of the tambour case, but in some of his own watches. Who knows? Because it seems to be a genuine waste to develop a movement from scratch that's a tourbillon, that's a chronograph, and that's a chiming watch. It's a 5-minute tourbillon, and the chiming function for the sonnerie, and the piece is called Chronographe à sonnerie, basically chimes for each minute of elapsed time once the chronograph is engaged. And the price points are similar too, right? You know, that's not where it ends in terms of comparisons to Chrono Chime, because this watch too is extremely limited production and priced right around 450,000 in Swiss francs, if I'm not mistaken. JB, Ali. Love it. I missed out on some of the conversation while I was ranting about Louis Vuitton, so I do appreciate your patience. Ali Reza says, do not buy it sight unseen when it comes to the Polaris. You have to see the sapphire dome, the way it's done, and actuate the chrono. It's a little wanly. What is wanly? I like it, but most did not. JB says, for the Committee on Experts, you'll be on this arrangement one day. You are too kind. I hope so. It can happen. Why not? Alireza says, who was the neck with the chain? I think he was my bookie in college. That's the head designer for Louis Vuitton, I think. Let me see. JB, thank you for another contribution. Also a member of the channel, $4.99. If you're having a bad day, just flip it over. Why not? Why not? Certainly an option. The Committee of Experts with the chain. Where are we? I think that's one of the designers in the LVMH body. I'm not sure if it is someone right under Pharrell for Louis Vuitton or if he works somewhere else. Again, sorry for my connection. There are a lot of recognizable names in the committee, by the way, not just I mean, you can have it in so many different ways, right? You know, there's the Barbazzini and Navas, who are the two head watchmakers at La Fabrique du Temps. They are the core of Louis Vuitton's watchmaking. So it's like ex officio, right? They belong there. they have watchmakers from other other independents, or even other established watchmakers like Hajime Asaoka, of course, one of the most foremost names in that space, and one of the members of the Academy of Independent Watchmaking, AHCI, Philippe Dufort. No introduction necessary. Denis Flageolet of De Béthune fame. Carole Forestier-Cassapi, who was at Cartier and now is the director of movements / complications, in a way the master watchmaker at TAG Heuer. Then who is another well-known watchmaker? Recep Recepi, of course, as we talked about. Kari Voutilainen. And then there are people who are out of the... Anita Porcher, who is probably the biggest living artist in terms of those enamel micro paintings. She's probably the most well-known and recognized name. There are people like Frank Gehry, the famous architect, father of titanium as well. I'm working on a piece on that, perhaps. I won't reveal too much so people don't run away and steal my idea. Evelyn Janta, Gérard Janta's widow, and also an ambassador for Monaco. There's also the pastry chef at Cheval Blanc, Paris, Maxime Frédéric. I guess some people are just appointed because of their particular positioning in LVMH, which makes absolute sense. There are famous journalists like Nick Fox and Jack Forster. There is Jeffrey Fowler, who is the current CEO of Hodinkee. There is Ben Clymer, who is, of course, the founder of Hodinkee. Waco. And then there are collectors and dealers as well, like Eric Koo, who is founder of 10 Past 10 rather, and co-founder of Loop This, along with Sam Hines and Justin Grimberg. There's Tim Mosso we talked about. There is Laurent Picciotto, who is the owner and manager of Chronopassion, the famous dealer of independents and many other prestigious brands from the heart of Paris. And then there are some collectors like Mike Shanlikian, or Shani Watch as he's sometimes known. Some executives like Justin Rice, who is the CEO and co-founder of Watchbox, on and on and on. But yes, this is Kim Jones. Right, he is the artistic director of Dior and Fendi for their women's wear collection. Of course, there's Auro Montanari, or John Goldberger, the famous collector. But I guess that was the look Ali was scrutinizing earlier. Thank you, Ali. I'm not sure. That's why I was puzzled, Ali, about the movement. You know, I'm pretty sure, since this is an interpretation of the tambour case, which defined Louis Vuitton watches for more than 2 decades, and which they are still invested in, right? They just made their integrated bracelet watch based on that tambour design. I'm sure that the case is theirs. I'm sure that this particular aesthetic is theirs. But I'm not sure if they would want that movement to be retired after 10 pieces, unless it is really that complicated and depleting to produce at a slightly higher level. I don't know. I think if Recep developed the movement, there's a chance he might be able to use it in his own stuff too. But then again, you may be right. They might own the entire IP to it. Maybe that's not even possible. And thank you for the sticker. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't make a difference. All of the super chats, super stickers, super thanks, left as comments, they're all going to the charity effort, and they all, in connection to this today's, tomorrow's, and Thursday's live stream, they also get you a number for the raffle, for which the prize will be the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration from 2022 with the blue dial. And again, every single super chat gets an entry and a unique number, which I will update after this live stream in our community tab. And the more super chats, the more numbers, so on and so forth. So, going back to it again, we have the transparent tinted sapphire dial, which gives you a peek onto the chronograph sonnerie movement, built around the 5-minute tourbillon, and a chiming function that sounds off every elapsed minute after the chronograph is engaged. What is at stake is also a single button chronograph, as you can see here, a mono pusher, so to speak. The Acrivia logo incorporates the Louis Vuitton logo for the letter V. The indices here are apparently also yellow gold, but filled with translucent fired enamel, which is a very interesting touch. The chronograph dial on the back is white Grandfeu enamel and has beautiful red and blue accents, which includes the minute hands and the 60 minutes scale for the red, and a blued hand for the chronograph seconds, centrally deployed and indicated on a railroad style track on the perimeter. It's a beautiful platinum case, again, produced for this, designed for this watch specifically by Jean-Pierre Hagman, who is most famous for having made cases for Patek Philippe chiming watches, so it sounds even more appropriate here. But of course, he is also part of Acrivia, part of Recep Recepi's team these days, having made for him the cases for Chronomètre Contemporain, Chronomètre Contemporain 2, those two winners of men's watches category in the GPHG, in the Academy Awards of Horology in Geneva. And also the most recent chronomètre antimagnétique that was made for Only Watch 2023. Perhaps Patrick Guetred is selling his watches so he can get one of these, as well as the Recep Recepi chronomètre antimagnétique from Only Watch 2023. Joking aside, LVRR-01, I think is a nice complication. I love, you guys know that I don't like open worked or skeletonized or transparent dials just for the sake of it. But if you are going to have something like this, it makes absolute sense to have it for the tourbillon, to have it for the chronograph movement, and to combine that with the chiming function, right? Because you engage the chronograph when the watch is on your wrist. You can't really see anything on the main dial, right? But you know every passing minute at least, because the watch chimes, because it sounds off at every elapsed minute. I think that that's cool. You know, again, a lot of this is just a fun little tool to fidget with more than anything else. But it's a cool idea. That being said, as you guys know, chiming watches are quite power hungry, I meant to say. So that's why there is a complexity to this movement that has twin barrels, one of which powers the timekeeping functions of the watch as well as the chronograph, where the second one powers the chime in a way. Recepi linked the second barrel is also to the gear train. So once the chronograph is activated and the central mobile is released by the hammer, the rotation from the second barrel is no longer blocked. Energy is thus supplied to the base gear when the chronograph and striking mechanism are running, ensuring that the complications have sufficient energy to function properly without disturbing the movement. So I suppose you can, you know, you can think of it as a way in a way similar to the remontoire, I guess. Maybe not really, but it's the second barrel is basically held in reserve until the chronograph is actually engaged, which basically ends up compensating for the extra expanded energy when precisely you have that elapsed minutes chime. Very cool piece. I mean, I like the contrast, as I mentioned. That was my first take practically between the front and the back, which could be a point of criticism, not for me, because it really looks like two different watches from the front and the back. It's as if they belong to two different worlds, but I actually appreciate the fact that one part is almost postmodern and industrialist, whereas the other part looks like a classic stopwatch or even like a pocket watch because of the white Canfeu enamel background. As you can see, it's a thick case, which, as we talked about, houses a lot of interesting complications. So maybe you can say makes absolute sense. So the old school tambour case, which is called tambour because of the way it resembles a drum. Perhaps that's why that case shape is even more appropriate. My favorite part still is those arachnoid, those spider-like lugs, beautifully angular, very finely detailed, absolute work of art. And frankly, this is a cool looking watch. I cannot deny it. The translucent dial is again very appropriate, not out of place at all, because the movement is worth showing off in every single detail. There are elements of the design which seem discordant, which some might like for that reason. I feel like the lugs are the best part of the case design, and they don't look like they quite belong to this case. I feel like the pusher and the crown look too much like a bolt and almost feel like they should be placed on a royal oak than a tambour, but that's just me. That being said, I do like, once again, the Two-Face Harvey Dent kind of look to the watch. All modern business and industrial on the face, and absolutely classical and muted on the back. I'm trying to see what it says here. The inscription, I can't quite tell, but the back actually spells out Louis Vuitton and Recep Recepi, two proper names rather than the combined logo of Acrivia and Louis Vuitton. The case has a very large presence on the wrist, as you can see, but it is not all that big. Apparently only 39.5 millimeters, and it's not all that thick either, just under 12. So for the kind of complication, that is most certainly a very compact case, relatively speaking. And you're also getting, if you are one of the lucky buyers of these 10 pieces, you're also getting a very special trunk that is branded, co-branded with the Raclivia Louis Vuitton, and that has a painted design of those two chronograph scales on the back in red and blue. Again, I think that's an absolutely cool detail. Listen, this is one of those watches that when I first heard the idea, I wanted to hate, but as I see it, as I talk about it, as I think about it, I absolutely love it. For me, my judgment, my understanding of it is no different than the Omega Speedmaster Chrono Chime. It is very limited. It has very little bearing on how the mainstream understands the Speedmaster, how even us horological nerds think of the Speedmaster. But it is a marketing campaign that is oriented towards an audience that goes beyond the people who usually buy watches. It is a way of flexing muscles, bringing a different kind of attention into the brand, trying to force it to step outside of the box. Now, with this direct collaboration, in addition to the front loading of La Fabrique du Temps, in addition to the revival of Daniel Roth and Gerard Janta, there's going to be more and more immediate association between haute horlogerie, between high horology and Louis Vuitton, right? In a decade's time, when someone says Louis Vuitton, you will not think of a fashion watch. Just like when someone says Bulgari now, with all the prejudices and misconceptions people might have, with all the distaste you might have about Octofinissimo as a particular design, almost everyone has some sort of respect for what Bulgari has started to do in terms of watchmaking. The idea is to replicate and even outdo that at a very different level with Louis Vuitton, and the charm offensive so far has been incredibly successful, I must admit. Again, the watch is limited to 10 examples, and it's priced at $450,000 per piece. Sorry, 450,000 Swiss francs per piece. And it was revealed to collectors at this special meetup in Montecito, California. And our very own Cars and Chrono was part of that meeting. I think he posted it right there. Right here, he is with Justin Race, who is the founder and CEO of Watchbox. Here he is wearing Recep Recepi's own chronometre contemporain. Here he is with Jean Arnaud, with Recep Recepi, with Wei Ko, with Mike Shanlikian, some fascinating Singer Porsches. Pardon me. And this is the watch itself. Ah, okay. That's the engraving on the back as well. Louis cruises with Recep. That's a fascinating line. I don't know who came up with that. Not sure what I think of that. But that's the engraving right here as well, apparently. Beautiful. Okay, I'm losing again. I have way too many things open all at once. So I'm losing my own screen here. Where am I? Jesus. I'm completely lost. Okay, right here. Ali Reza, so thank you so much for the 2 extra super stickers, 0.99 and 5, all 29. So nice to see you. Thick. Well, I mean, it is thick. And I would say it's more on the THICC way as well. I think it's very voluptuous. Again, I like the juxtaposition of the 2 dials in terms of kind of representing polar opposites in a way. I'm not sure if I like the combination of the tambour case with the Hagman lugs. But that being said, there is some justification for that depth and thickness because of the complication. Clearly, Louis Vuitton is very strongly invested in the tambour. They used that as a base, even in another modified form, for their integrated bracelet watch. So I'm not surprised that it was used here as well. Yeah, you don't have to. Hey, you don't have to restrain yourself, Ali. You can certainly write it in the chat, and if you want, you can jump on the panel and talk. I'm open to both. I don't know why. I don't know what you are exactly talking about there when you are saying keeping my mouth shut is hard right now, but honestly, I have no objections. As you know, this is a free platform. I don't allow I don't allow everyone on the platform, but it's very, very, it's very, it is not something I want on the channel. Okay. I have no clue. I honestly have no clue. For me, the whole system is puzzling, right? The fact that you can't become a member of the channel on certain brands of cell phones. I don't know if that changed with the updates and new smartphones coming out. That you can super chat from certain countries and not from others. That you can right now, as you say, send super stickers but not super chats. It doesn't make any sense. But now that I see your super stickers, maybe you should stick to them because they're really funny. The $10 one says wrecked and has this, what is it, hippo, who is literally falling and kind of fainting down from his chair. There's an expressionless face for the 99-cent one, like a smiley without a mouth. And then the $5 one is a critical hit with this animated console controller. I don't know. Love it. Now you got me altogether curious when you say it's not something you would want on your channel. So I feel even obliged to ask more. But yeah, I'm not going to push it. I trust your judgment, actually. If you're saying it's not necessarily what is this? Keep it up. All right. This pair that is working out, which is very, very ironic, of course, right? Since usually, and this is part of the Archieverse lingo too, right? Pear-shaped, when things go awry, when you fall out of shape. I love it. No, it's not shaped like you, come on. But yes, I think that is a pear shape. And it's even more significant because, again, it's like working out. So a very, very smart one, again. By the way, Ali, you would be interested in this. But I'm going to this collector's meeting at Rostovsky Watches in Beverly Hills. in about a week's time with our favorites RG, Romain Gauthier. He's coming to Los Angeles apparently for a collector's meeting, and I managed to get myself on the list. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Ali, let me know, write to me if you have any specific questions, anything that, you know, I can ask him, or I can, you know, take a look, any particular kinds of pictures or videos, you know, anything I can do, let me know if I can actually. Yes, please don't cry. I will do my best to see if I can ask any questions on your behalf, if I can do anything. Hey.
Hey.
Nice to hear you as well. I mean, you were quite prolific in the chat as well, but
Well, it was actually like the past
good to
20
be with
minutes. I was trying to figure out. I went over to a different channel. I super chatted, gave me the same error. And it gives me the error that it gives you when you use bad language or words. It doesn't matter what words I put there. So,
do you
I don't
think
know, something?
Do you think they're censoring your name or something?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the
well, no, they can't be censoring my name because that would mean that they're pro-Israeli. If they were trying to censor my name, and that doesn't happen in big tech.
Good one. Well, you would. That's a whole can of worms. I really don't.
That topic we don't need to get into.
But honestly, I mean, wow. You know, there are moments where you realize that the world is completely mad, and it's you know, people come out of the woodwork. What can I say? It's for some people, this was the moment they have been waiting for their whole life, I guess.
Oh yeah.
It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah, it's too big of a I mean, it's just such a monumental topic. I tried to explain it to somebody close to me, and they're like, "Well, you know, we talk about Ukraine, Russia." I'm like, "This is something else. This is something else entirely." So yeah, it's just too monumental of a topic. Did you already cover only watch earlier?
No, you mean the controversy? Should we
Yeah.
talk? Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that, because this is, you know, it's not something I wanted to talk on my own. I was either gonna bring Jose himself, who is the hero we need, but we don't deserve, really. I mean, the way he focuses on and applies so much pressure on anything and everything that might be halfway wrong with the world of watches, I really admire it. I don't have the kind of patience he has. I don't have the kind of courage he has. He's just on another level. But let's talk about this. Do you appreciate any particular coverage of it? Do you want me to?
I think this was mishandled on both sides, like pretty dramatically.
I think SJX Watches has a decent account of it.
SJX Watches does, and so does Watch Pro. They're the two I think that covered it, like with some commentary. SJX was, I think, a little more intimate commentary.
Yeah, so we can do you prefer Watch Pro or SJX?
No,
Because-
either one's fine. Probably for the purposes of a dialogue, SJX is better. I think your initial gut feeling is correct.
Because I do want to kind of open it up to the public. The two other people who are listening to us right now, let's put it like that, might not exactly know or care about the nuances. So let's start it from scratch. So OnlyWatch is an initiative that is started by Luc Petalino. Basically, he started it because his own son was suffering from Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And it is an event. Well, the foundation is based in Monaco, and it is an event that brings the entire horological community to create special, one-of-a-kind pieces that are sold for charity, with the significant portion of the proceeds going into the Only project, the foundation, which in a way that was not entirely transparent to the public before, directs, channels, gives the money from these proceeds mainly to research, but supposedly to other causes too that are related to this particular condition. So do you want to speak to the controversy a little bit?
Yeah, so the controversy is threefold. It started with a request for transparency. The request for transparency was then followed up with Peresco. Again, and I do admire him. I just think that he mishandled some situations, and this one's one of them. But he highlighted that there were certain people that had gone allegedly to OnlyWatch for help with their children that suffer from Duchenne muscular dystrophy, which is a more rare form of muscular dystrophy, and that they were, in his words, told to bugger off. He said basically OnlyWatch told them to bugger off.
Yeah. So in this case, apparently it was. So this is something that affects boys only. Again, I'm not a geneticist, so I can't speak to the details. Yeah. But this family
all the siblings of that family.
Yeah. So the family had 3 boys, all of whom were afflicted with this, and they all needed wheelchairs, and the house needed to be retrofitted in a way that would accommodate the wheelchairs, in a way that would make it wheelchair accessible. And this was a family of nurses, apparently. Both parents were nurses. So they didn't necessarily have that kind of cash to plunk down to retrofit the house, which made them reach out to OnlyWatch.
And I'm going to say allegedly, because the way it was written is that the claim is that they reached out, a mutual friend who's a watch executive reached out to OnlyWatch, right? But as far as I know, to date, it's not named who that person is. The person hasn't self-identified themselves. And what correspondence was had, we don't necessarily know, right? And that's part of what bugs me here, is because generally speaking, before you drag people through the emotional mud of dead children, I would appreciate a little more evidence or an opportunity for a response before that happens. Now the flip side is OnlyWatch's response. They eventually gave via IG with a PDF that went along with it that XJX talks about. They clearly don't understand how traditionally in the West, at least, things like expense ratios and operational ratios are reported, because they're saying 1%, 1%, 1%, while they're also saying that like over 50% of the money hasn't been allocated. Rightly so, by the way. Some of what they're saying makes perfect sense, but some of what they're saying, I think they're speaking off the cuff when they probably should have had like KPMG, who's actually been retained for this audit. They probably should have had KPMG respond as opposed to them. And then allegedly OnlyWatch also deleted comments on their IG. Now, the ones I saw they deleted were presented to me by somebody who I think may have, a selection bias. So I would have deleted the ones I saw deleted, but other people are claiming that much more innocuous comments were deleted. Right? So
yeah.
And then probably actually the most surprising thing to me, or the two most surprising things to me, are one, first and foremost, that Christie's doesn't actually handle these things better. Like Christie's should know how to handle these end to end for charities.
What do you mean? Can you explain that?
When Christie's is doing charity auctions, I think Christie's, it would behoove them to provide a structure for whatever auctioning they're carrying about things like transparency and allocation of funds and whatnot. It's their business, right? Otherwise, they are taking lumps for a charity for no reason. Like, it just seems like bad business practice on their part when they're getting involved with charities not to insist on transparency and whatnot, because an auction house is already dealing with continuous accusations of money laundering and other things, right?
Well, I mean, it seems to me, and maybe I might be mistaken in this assumption, but at least in this case, it seems to me that, I'm sure Antiquorum wasn't much different, because at some point they were handling the auctions, that they are themselves doing this, or at least the pretense is that they are doing this for charity, and I'm pretty sure they haven't conducted any audits in this situation. And in fact, the allegations, insofar as you are saying, and not even implying, I was going to say implying, that maybe Jose went too far, the allegations are reaching all the way into the fact that there's a reason why this charity is based in Monaco, right? And not.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, they're saying, yeah, that, and then the pharmaceutical, that the founder of OnlyWatch is invested in one of the major pharmaceuticals that is receiving the grants. The thing about that, though, and this is where I have a different experience. So somebody had mentioned in one of the private groups, like, why are these people visiting the Prince of Monaco's royal palace and stuff like that? And I pointed out that, like me, Ali, just some fat American, I've been invited multiple times to the British Embassy in DC. I've been invited to one royal palace in the UAE, because it's very common for, when you're doing any sort of business offset between countries or charities, for those people to do that. It's very common, because that's kind of the function of dignitaries and especially the royals nowadays, to get involved in those type of things, because it's a marketing event for them, just like every one of the watchmakers is here.
Yeah, and honestly, also it's I think maybe some people don't realize, but Monaco is really small.
Yes.
Right. In the sense that if you visit Monte Carlo, Monaco, if you are involved in any significant event there, that has the family as the patron of the event, chances are that you are going to see them. Chances are that you are going to brush shoulders with them. I mean,
yeah,
they used to, because it didn't make enough money for UEFA, of course, at this point, but the European Super Cup, which brought together the winners of the two highest club competitions of association football in the European level, used to be held every season as a gala in Monaco.
Yep.
In a stadium that was literally named after, the father, basically, this Louis II, right? So, the guy was in the stadium always. The prince was in the stadium.
Yeah. The Monaco aspect, the tax aspect, and the transparency Monaco aspect, and then obviously the investment in the pharmaceutical, right? These are all, I would say, they're legitimate questions to ask, but they're also like Occam's razor applies to a lot of these. And this is again from my own experience. I know a number of like the Ark, for example, is a charity that I volunteer a lot of time with and I give money to. I know a lot of people that are on the board of various large ARC locations in the United States, ARC Miami, ARC New York City, which I think there's like 3 in the state of New York or more than that even, who are also investors in pharmaceuticals because they have family members directly afflicted by the conditions. And that's not terribly uncommon, right? In and of itself, that does not mean that there's a evil intent. Now, Only Watch's response was like, oh, the company doesn't pay dividends, which is a fine response. But I think the obvious counter response that people made is that, well, if the stock does really well because they discover a cure, then my counter response to that is the market for a DMD cure isn't exactly enough to have justified this level of effort, right? It's not obvious to me that attributes like a certain degree of nefarious intent. I just think both sides mishandled it because Only Watch took a lot of lumps very, very quickly at a time where I don't know if I don't know. I kind of think at a time in the world with the economic turn and all sorts of things, good news shouldn't be torn down without great care. But there's other things that are notably true. I mean, everybody who participates in Only Watch is doing it because it's marketing, right? It's true that every one of these watchmakers, and a number of them already have their own private donation giving and whatnot. It's certainly a marketing event and so forth.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, also in more ways than one. I mean, it's not even in a general and abstract sense, right? You know, it's not only a way of putting your name out there, right? You know, saying Kari Voutilainen has participated in Only Watch so many times, Recepi, etc. But a lot of times, brands big and small, even though it is an Only Watch, would basically use this as a platform to introduce new lines, new series, new models, right? Here's the first one of the kind with this special thing or dial or color or accent right here.
Yeah.
And we're actually making a new series out of this.
Yeah. And we talked about it like that, you know, it could have been a great opportunity for Blancpain, right? As opposed to kind of phoning it in with another 70th. So there's definitely potential there. So I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with, so rightly so, with a lot of his exposés, he's gained notoriety as almost an investigative journalist in horology, right? And the more success he's had in that space, from my perspective, because it's clearly the reputation he wants, there's a responsibility to take even more care with the way you distribute information, because you are now, if you see the people who chimed in, there's actually somebody who commented on Only Watch's IG that encapsulated it perfectly. He's like, you went to the wrong school. We went to the school of Prescope and you have failed the school of Prescope. Like it's almost a cult of personality to some of these folks. And the internet can mobilize a mob so fast that I think that sometimes it is worth taking additional care. But again, Only Watch, Monaco, and I will say it again, Christie's surprised me here. Christie's does manage many other charity auctions. The fact that they don't have conditions kind of surprises me. Like, they don't have the best reputation in terms of things like money laundering and you know, alleged auctions that have dealt with drug lords and all sorts of other things.
Well, yeah, you know, maybe you should turn the tables in a sense, right? You know, because you are saying that they're managing so many charity auctions, which makes you think that they would take certain kinds of precautions, that they would do their own audits. But if this is the case with OmniWatch, again, not to necessarily attribute any sort of nefarious intent to OmniWatch, but if this is the kind of way they deal with OmniWatch, which, by the way, is, again, it's not chump change exactly, right? We're talking about 50 million euros. That's
Yeah.
the total amount raised in the OmniWatch auctions so far. Granted, I think more than half of it comes from a single Patek Philippe watch that you are seeing here, the 6300A, the unique stainless steel example of the Grandmaster chime. But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money, and I'm sure Christie's deals with much more on a very regular basis when it comes to other charity auctions, but that's a significant sum for.
But you're right.
for
I mean,
watches.
I could, if I take a dark twist of fate there, running these type of things through Christie's, if they don't have any additional checks and balances, might be advantageous if you have a particularly, less than genuine intent. So, I mean, at the end of the day, KPMG is going to audit. There's new laws in Monaco that went into effect or were announced in mid-September. We'll get a certain amount of transparency. We're never going to get like the transparency that people like. Oh, that was the other thing, is that somebody posted, I think it was the Stephanie or whatnot, like one of the top people who was pushing OmniWatch, that like, well, here's an example of a good transparency report, and they posted Oxfam, right?
Right.
Now, Oxfam has had their own fair share of controversies. And it reminded me of Charity Navigator. And I actually, I use Charity Navigator every year when I determine where my charity money is going to go for that particular year. And what I found out, and they have star ratings and everything, is that Charity Navigator can be hoodwinked just like everybody else. Because one of the charities I donated to invited me in behind the scenes, and immediately I realized that there was like serious mismanagement of money. But they were like a 99 percentile score on Charity Navigator because they had filled out all the paperwork right, which is basically how you do an audit, right? Filling out paperwork right doesn't necessarily mean they were honest about all the paperwork, right? So, and Oxfam is one of those other organizations that Oxfam doesn't have like a pristine history with their reporting. Their transparency reports have always been well respected, but the scandals with them are that they had lied a lot about some pretty serious things, right? So this whole thing is a bit of a mess, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it this close to the event for something that's already a marginalized area.
Yeah, right. Honestly, I mean, a lot of the people who are questioning the whole premise, who are alleging a misappropriation of the funds and really channeling them to the self-benefit of some, they are in fact trying to cancel the event, right? I mean, that's the only word to use, really. At least postpone it until those audits are released.
Yeah, and so so as SJX in the report they released, about half the money's been allocated. A good chunk of that money has been allocated to families with the MD and the family, and then about half the money's on reserve because they want it on reserve for the most successful research. Now, one of the transparency questions, which is a perfectly legitimate question, is who determines what research is most successful, right? Because if you have a selection bias towards a company that you invest in, and you also make the determination, then, and you also sit on their board, then the chances are the professionals that you're most exposed to are going to be biased to suggest that their research is most successful, right? That's a legitimate question. Like, that question is perfectly legitimate. So there are many good questions that Periscope has raised. I'm just not a big fan of how it was done, with certain inferences that were made that I think need not have been made to ask for the same end result. I think there could have been many requests for a lot of the same results without certain inferences that make it significantly darker than it needed to be.
Yeah,
but it's got to happen. What I would hate to see happen is I would hate to see only watch go away for the wrong reasons.
I completely agree, and also, you know, I just didn't like this whole concern with the aesthetic as well, right? Jose's whole pressure about the guy smokes expensive cigars, and even SJX writing here that he is seemingly dressed in over-the-top jackets, like as if that in and of itself means something.
Yeah.
Right. To the point of caricature. Like someone who smokes expensive cigars is clearly like a sinister person. What does that even mean?
Well, it's fascinating to me how we're talking about, and this was another thing that happened in the private chat. People are like, why is like the CEO of Lockheed Martin the president of this giving charity, right? I think I had this conversation with Tim Wright once. I said, part of the problem is that if you want to pick up the phone and make a phone call to somebody who can donate $1 million or $2 million or $3 million, your little black book has to have those people in it. And guess what?
Yeah.
Young Brando and Ali and Tim Wright don't have a black book with people that can donate $1, $2, $3 million, right? Like, and we certainly, if we have a black book with maybe one of those people, fine. But we can't pick up and talk to 400 of the CEOs of the Fortune 500. So sometimes for these charities that operate at scale, the only people that can operate them are the already ultra wealthy. Now, I'm not saying that's a morally fantastic thing. I'm not happy about that, but it is reality, right? So condemning everybody based on this sort of thing, over the top jackets. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah, that's a little much. I think.
I can barely dress myself. But my wallet in my pocket, my custom Berluti wallet, is almost $5,000. My shoes are $2,000 a pair. Then I wear Duluth Trading shorts for 7 years until they've got holes in them and they're destroyed. Right? Do my wallet and my shoes just make me an evil person? I like a couple of things like that. Right.
And I mean, it's, to me, the in the fact that someone would obsess about that in the luxury watch space, where people themselves and people around them carry sometimes millions of dollars on their wrist. It just seems like it betrays a cognitive disjunction that just doesn't sit right with me. I mean, what do you expect? Like the guy to dress from H&M and Zara while he is basically the figurehead of an organization that sells watches that sometimes hit millions of dollars.
Yeah, and you brought it. You in another context, you brought it up earlier when you talked about, again, rest in peace, Archie. And there's no doubt, right? Whatever happens, family's tragedy. But the parents, right? The type of people that are closest to this, it is not often that you have somebody who's so close to a given disease or condition also have the resources to do something about it.
Yeah.
Right. So don't look that gift horse in the mouth. There is value to that, because in a lot of, and I brought this up during the last hurricane in Florida and what I was doing with the ARC. So I went off grid for like a week and a half because the ARC in the elderly homes across the coast area where it was going to hit, nobody was evacuating them or helping them evacuate. There's no money in it. Right? They were basically totally bloody forgotten. So if you have a wealthy benefactor who's affected, like, you know, again, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Like he's bringing resources to bear that family, like Archie's family, couldn't bring to bear. So let him have his cigars, for God's sake. I don't know. Like you're right, and in the luxury watch space, I'm sorry. Like the cognitive dissonance for what we're wearing on our wrists. And speaking as an AP owner, like cognitive dissonance, I must be very familiar with.
Why is that specifically?
Because you have to be an idiot to own an AP.
I aspire to be such an idiot.
So do I, man. I still want more of them, but I mean, I don't know why. I can't possibly explain it.
It's really, I mean, for me, it doesn't really change with many other brands. I have a lot of conflicted emotions about brands that I really like and cherish. So qualitatively, AP is not an exception, but I think at this particular moment, especially when it comes to watches, to me, that is the brand that inspires most love and most hate out of me, almost simultaneously too. So I can certainly relate to that.
Well, hopefully we're going to get a good report. This will be behind us quickly. I do think that Only Watch needs to consult with KPMG about how to report cost ratios and expenses, because the way they reported them was just wrong. I think when they do it more accurately, it will make people feel more comfortable. And God willing, there's nothing nefarious going on, and we can move on with, you know, one of the few beautiful things left in horology. Because we don't have many of them anymore. Things got ugly real quick with the explosion of the gray market during COVID. We just don't have a lot of beautiful things left in horology right now.
Right. And the funny thing is, like, you know, I had finally uploaded all the videos, and I was sitting down to make one video to talk about every single watch that I highlighted, you know, on my YouTube shorts and everything. And that's when this came out, and I was like, fuck. You know what? Why can't I have a nice thing?
You drop an email and be like, hey, could you held off on a story for like a week?
No, I mean, you know, I understand. I mean, I know you're joking, but you know, I couldn't do that. At any rate, you know, that would be another, you know, imagine that you wax poetic about something, and then these kinds of allegations come out. And like you said, and that's why I think it's even more important to highlight the kind of mob mentality that can be whipped up so quickly online. It doesn't disappear with that same pace, and sometimes it doesn't quite go away either.
Ever,
but chances are that these people are going to reveal their audits, share it with public, and maybe there's nothing at all going on, but some people will always associate the whole brand with some sort of controversy, no?
Yeah. And the number of makers who may, instead of growing the Only Watch community, may back out of it, right? May feel it's no longer worth the trouble. That could happen. But it's so for your video, man. Like, the thing is that if you have to be a complete idiot, but the internet mob is an idiot, right? But you have to be an idiot to assume that every maker who submitted a watch, Louis Vuitton and Roman Gauthier and Tudor and everybody, were in on some sort of scam. They weren't. They were doing this for marketing, and they weren't doing it purely from the good of their heart. There's a big marketing opportunity with Only Watch, right? Because they could certainly just donate money themselves. But it's still something beautiful, and it's still something that is like a sneak peek to the future, and it's still something that they are piece uniques, and many of them are well worth studying. And all of that evaporates, right? in the eye of an internet mob. So it's unfortunate. Hopefully this will pass. But I really, it's like one of the only things that I, every 2 years kind of look forward to, in terms of, even though I don't like a lot of the watches, I look forward to the fact that it is kind of a beautiful event.
Yeah.
And a lot of the watches are unbelievably stunning.
Yes, and I think, the batting average is not so bad either. Honestly, again, even in this year, where there was the rainbow theme, which, I don't have a particular opposition to, but I generally like less colorful watches than more. Yeah, I was very surprised that of all, what is 63 or 64 lots, I liked at least a dozen of them quite a lot, and a third of them I think were practically perfect.
Yeah, and a third of them is enough to get you in the Hall of Fame in baseball. So
yeah, well, also, like, the probably another third, it's just it doesn't quite appeal to my personal taste for one reason or another, but certainly brings something horologically or aesthetically to the table. So even without the charity aspect of it, I think I would really be invested in something like this, right? Even for the create beauty part of it. But of course, it felt so much better, of course, even to talk about an event like this, because it is charity, right? So
absolutely,
it's very disappointing when even the suspicion is raised, because you want to assume the best, especially when it is about children, right? Most kids who are afflicted with this with DMD, they don't live much.
They don't make it out of childhood.
Yeah, I mean, they don't live beyond their 20s, basically. So
yeah,
it's the whole thing really, in either case, leaves a sour taste in my mouth. So
yeah, I want bloody good news. That's all I want. I want some good news.
Yeah, hopefully that will come soon.
I also want a call from an AD or two, but that's not happening.
I thought you got from. I mean, I know you are waiting for a call from AP. What else?
I would love to be surprised by Gronefeld or Romain Gauthier that my watches are done even a little early.
That's what I was going to ask next. Like, is it something you already have on order, basically, or is it something that is genuinely surprising, in the sense that you have put out some feelers out there and you are still waiting if they're going to respond to you, or if they're going to come through with anything at all?
Yeah, I mean, I have there's a day date that I kind of put money into as an interim basis, but it's still not, it's not going to be where my heart sits. So I'm you get the itch.
Yeah, because I know the day date 40.
Oh, did I lose you? Uh-oh. Is that me? I can't tell. I think it might be me. Are you back?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going anywhere, but my connection is betraying me again. I was saying that you keep saying that you expect day date 2 to come back, right? You want like a bigger case for
yeah, it's not coming back soon enough. But I did actually, I requested a day date in platinum with a black baguette dial, and they got that in within 3 weeks. I think it was very quick. But it turns out that, so the last two Rolexes I got were both root beers. One was the two-tone and one was the full gold, right? and they come with basically one link missing to snugly fit on my wrist and 2 links to be comfortable. But their links aren't hard to get. On the flip side, the bracelet of the Day Date 40 in platinum comes for somebody has a wrist the size of 3 pencils. So I need like like 1.75 inches of bracelet, which turns out not as easy to get.
Oh, and I'm sure it's not exactly cheap either. Not that it
No.
should matter at that level, but it probably adds quite a bit to the bill, no?
Yeah, it is quite a bit. So I'm waiting for that, and that will be at least hopefully hold me over for a while. But in the meantime, I mean, you know, an AZ close to me finally got, after, I don't know, 3 years, an Alpine Eagle in for the first time. And man, that's a beautiful watch in person. So the itch is there, like constantly. Every direction I look, there's some watch that I wanna get. So somebody start ready making phone calls real quick, or I'm gonna end up spending a lot of money I shouldn't.
Yeah, I missed that, man. I got my connection thing again. What were
I
you
was saying
saying?
that the whole time, you know, that I'm waiting for things, I get more and more itches. The Chopard Alpine Eagle and other things, right? So I'm gonna end up spending a lot of money that I shouldn't spend unless I start getting some of these phone calls.
The good thing about the Chopin Alpine Eagle is if you are interested in the salmon dial version, especially the newer one, which is a little more delicate, so that might make it less desirable for you for one reason or another. They are foreseeing, like, you know, at least a whole year of wait, possibly a year and a half. So that's probably not something you want to get into if you want the XPS one, if you want the LUC one, the one with the micro rotor.
Yeah.
That's, I don't know, if maybe you have a special connection so you can.
No, it's just they just got their first Alpine Eagle in like 3 years. So it's like it's a 2-tone rose gold steel Alpine Eagle with a slate gray dial.
Okay.
It's like $22K retail, but again, it's throwaway money. I'm never going to get that money back. I do like the watch a lot, but right now this is all me, you know, buying candy because I can't. My meal hasn't arrived yet, right? So, shit, man, that connection is not doing you any favors. There we go. You're back again.
Can you take care of the audience for just a second and I restart? Maybe that will solve our
I'll
problem.
be here. I don't know if anybody in the audience has any questions. We got 5 or 3 watching us. Anybody want to ask questions of me that I can spitball and give you incorrect answers? I will incorrectly answer any question you ask for free. You don't have to super chat it. I don't know. It's the only watch thing. I'm glad we at least got to talk about it. It is unfortunate. Hopefully that'll pass pretty soon. And then, yeah, the rest of the world going to hell in a handbasket is not worth talking about at the moment. Actually, so he's giving everything to Monaco and Libya. September 12th, October 12th. Well, that's coming up pretty cute soon. Via UNICEF. All right. Morocco. Not I said Monaco. We're talking about Monaco, Morocco, and Libya. And then there's a Seiko rolling. He probably sold a lot of those Rowing Blazers watches, just talking about them, because I know Jeremy got one. Cap obviously won one, then bought another one. So Seiko might want to, and or Rowing Blazers might want to have a channel sponsorship discussion with Brando. Hey, those are if anybody's watching who's a member, have you guys actually looked at the membership only videos? Because there's like some quite useful ones there. If you're not, definitely do. There was a great the Sporty Tourbillon watches one, because I'm in the market for a Tourbillon at some point. So there was a great little video on Tourbillon watches. I think it was like 3 weeks ago, maybe, but the members only videos. So if you're not looking at those, I think you should be. But nope, young Brandon is reconnecting. What was the other video? There was another member video. The resurrection of Genta was the other member video. So the Sporty Tourbillon one and the Genta. Oh wait, you're there and you're not. Oh crap.
I don't even know. I don't know where I am. What were you talking about?
Nothing. I said anybody who wants to ask a question, I can promise incorrect answers. They don't even have to super chat it, but nobody took me up on that. I mentioned there were 2 membership videos that I had seen recently. One of them was on the Tourbillons, and one was the Sporty Tourbillons, and one was the resurrection of Genta's brand.
Nice. That's good work.
Yeah, there we go. So all right, I'm actually gonna go grab myself a drink because I have a phone call at 3 a.m. So I'm gonna stay with you for the next 23 minutes, but I need a drink in the meantime. I'll be right back.
Great, please. All right, maybe we can. I was trying to look actually at this black dial platinum day dates that Ali was talking about. I think now that I closed basically everything that I have on the background, I'm so angry about this. Yeah, this kind of looks nice. Cool beans. Of course, now I closed everything in the background. I kind of lost what I was going to talk about. Oh, the new Eric Wind collaboration, even though characteristically he plays down his part. This was done with Collective Horology, which is basically a collectors group that focuses on literally making collaborations with brands for limited runs, and special editions of watches, and they basically dreamed up this single button, this monopusher chronograph built on a classic Minerva movement. It's
Other than
going
the
to,
colorway, man, I don't like this colorway.
yeah,
But that movement is bloody stunning.
and it's a nicely sized watch too, 42 millimeters in stainless steel. I think the fluted bezel, the rotating bezel, is white gold, so there's that classic Datejust-esque aesthetic, you know, stainless steel case, white gold fluted bezel. Just the right amount of flash. What did you get as a drink?
Oh, I made myself some tea. The electric kettle, man, the British Empire would have gone a lot further if they had electric kettles.
You really want to bring back that conversation? No comment.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
I know. What kind of tea do you usually drink? Green or black? That's an important.
You know, I usually at this hour, I'm drinking just a white tea, very low caffeine.
Okay, that's probably.
But
good.
normally during the day, I drink just a Darjeeling, you know, classic Persian, Greek, Arab, Israeli, like the tea of our people. You know, just a dark Darjeeling of some sort.
No, Persian is great. I'm fine with that. You know, Persians and Kurds are better than most with tea. I'm not ashamed to admit that.
Yeah. Look at that movement, man. This is nuts.
Yeah, and that's a nice. I always loved the particular way that different manufacturers handle the chronograph bridge, and this is a very nice stylized V. You know, I don't necessarily know whether that's kind of plays with the fact that, you know, the manufacturer was based in Viere. But anyway, that's a very nice looking movement, decently finished.
Who owns Minerva? Does Montblanc actually own Minerva?
Yes, sir. They basically, what happened was that I think when Minerva was already being revived in some way before Richemont bought it, and then they bought it with the express purpose of building a manufacturer that makes at least some generic movements for other Richemont brands, including, you know, Baume & Mercier, but also Cartier, Vacheron Constantin, etc. Not exclusively, but at least some entry-level stuff. And also, you know, that was a good opportunity to add this component to Montblanc. It was always somewhat confusing to me, right? You know, with all these brands that they have for watches within their umbrella, why they wanted to make a watch brand out of Montblanc as well. But I suppose that has something to do with, again, kind of adding this extra prestige to their movement manufacture, that it it actually makes watches. It doesn't just churn out generic movements at the entry level for Richemont brands. I think it's a branding issue at the end of the day, which is not the smartest answer, I have to admit, but ultimately I think that's the case.
That's all it is, yeah. Did I tell you about my experience with Mont Blanc?
Say it again.
Did I tell you about my invitation from Mont Blanc?
No. Tell me.
I was at their boutique in Orlando, not even the one closer to me in Tampa. And they had somebody there who's specifically there shortly after Watches and Wonders to revamp their watch display. And they obviously had a couple of releases of Watch and Wonders. And I had asked about some of the watches in the case just to take a look at them. And I've never seriously considered buying a Mont Blanc because it's not, I mean, I just don't have any history with them or know anybody who's owned one of their watches at the luxury end, right? And they said that they were inviting independent collectors to private meetups to go over the releases. And I said, I don't own a Mont Blanc. And they're like, that's exactly what we want. We want people who have extensive other collections to bring their collections of other watches to the Mont Blanc event. It sounded kind of appealing, other than they couldn't answer any questions about security. But I'm curious if they pulled that off. I didn't go, but I'm curious if they pulled that off.
I had my connection issue again, so I missed when you said they, right after Watches and Wonders, they invited you to the Orlando boutique, and they had someone.
No, I was in the Orlando boutique. They didn't invite me to the boutique. I was in the Orlando boutique. They had somebody there unveiling the new watches, right?
Okay.
Purely coincidental, I was there, and they were trying to convince me to buy Mont Blanc, and I said, frankly, like I can't. I have no experience with them. I don't know anybody who owns a luxury Mont Blanc. I don't feel comfortable with making that investment without more research. And they asked me what my collection was, and I mentioned a couple watches. And they invited me to a private event that was going to be held a few weeks later. And I said, but I don't own a Mont Blanc watch. They said, exactly. We want people who don't own Mont Blanc watches to come, bring their collection, and compare the Mont Blanc watches. And I was slightly intrigued, but then I asked them about security at the event. Like, you're asking me to bring, and they couldn't give me an answer. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, you can't ask me to bring a watch box, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm curious if they pulled the event off. I really I would be interested in finding out if they pulled it off.
That's interesting. I mean, that's an interesting request too, in the sense that obviously, when you have a collector's event, you expect people to wear, their Sunday's best, as it were. They're going to wear one good watch, possibly the best watch they have, or their daily driver, one or the other, maybe both, right? There are people who love double wristing for the collector's events.
Yep.
But expect people to bring basically their entire watch box, and there are some who do that, is fascinating. I remember one of the most impressive things that I saw is in one of these JLC events from almost a year ago now. I see from the corner of my eye Gary Getz, Gary G on Instagram, and on Quill and Pad, where he's the resident collector. And I said, Mr. Getz, is that you? And he's like, yeah. And then, because we started talking, he comes closer to the table that was just there, pulls out this little bag. Out of that little bag comes out an entire spread of JLC pieces that you don't see every day, and perhaps you don't see anywhere, right? Like a ladies reverso minute repeater, an early example of the géographique, on and on and on. And, you know, it was really people looking out for each other that preserves these watches in these events, because there's literally just one person at the door. Like if someone wanted to snatch one of those watches and just make a run for it, they would not survive for long, I'm sure. Like, you know, they can't run away forever, but, you know, it can be a security risk. So you can't expect all your collectors to come with like bundles and bundles of watches.
Yeah, I mean, Jake is saying, you know, NYC Square. I wonder if he's talking about Watch Time New York. You know, I know that Watch Time New York from somebody who went last year had a fair amount of security, and obviously it's a substantial crowd. I don't know if a Mont Blanc event. I look at the Mont Blanc event kind of like Red Bar. There's a reason Red Bar events don't advertise, right?
Right.
So there's smaller events. People have to walk back to their cars. There's less, you know, there's all sorts of things like that. So yeah, I wonder if they pull the event off. I would like to. I've said it before. I use Topgolf kind of as my barometer for what watch brands are doing, because if I don't see people wearing a luxury watch at a Topgolf, then I assume it's not selling well, right? And I'm not talking about the golf bays. Nobody's wearing, other than a handful of Rolexes, nobody's wearing the golf bays. They just go for the lounges and the experience and stuff like that. Grand Cathedral cigars the same way. And I see Hublots in the wild. I see Chopard in the wild. I see Grand Seiko in the wild. I have yet to see a Mont Blanc watch on anybody's wrist ever.
I mean, that's basically my quote unquote problem, right? You know, I don't have a problem with Mont Blanc, of course, but the issue for me is I'm interested in iconic designs. I'm interested in watches that have a specific kind of history about the brand, about their provenance, about perhaps even that individual example of the watch. So no matter how horologically impressive, something like Mont Blanc leaves that little bit to be desired for me, because there's so much out there that's rare, that's horologically significant, and that's quite a bit of investment already, that it seems like a hard pill to swallow, because Mont Blanc is not today's Baume & Mercier. It's more like 90s Baume & Mercier, where it's actually quite an outlay, you know? And it feels too risky unless you are absolutely enamored with a particular watch. And to be honest, I would much rather, again, this is not necessarily a watch that I am in love with, but I would much rather run after a Mont Blanc like this, which is, you know, a limited run of 30 pieces, than any other, because I know at some point I will just say, man, like, you know, what did I do? Why didn't I just get, like, you know, 2-3 vintage watches that I actually wanted all this time? Yeah, and it doesn't have, you know, it doesn't have that excitement of a new age independent either, right? So
yeah, that was, as you were talking, I was thinking, like, you know, this is the Carl Suki I bought, right? Like,
right.
I'm more willing to take a dive in something like that is at least attempting to resurrect a brand, a history, than I am in Mont Blanc. And I think your reasoning is sound. I mean, I guess that's just where I'm at.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's maybe it's post facto reasoning, right? It's my emotions wrapped up in an account which seems reasonable, because ultimately I think that's it for me, right? For me, there needs to be an emotional connection with the watch, and just the aesthetics or just the horological components doesn't usually establish that for me. There needs to be some special ingredients, and that can be, in the absence of history, in the absence of provenance, in the absence of that sort of mythical story, it can be a personal connection. And that's why I understand people who gravitate towards independence, whether they are high horological or not, because of that intimate connection between even executives of the brand, not to mention the watchmaker, the master watchmaker or watchmakers who are involved with it. But you don't necessarily get that with Montblanc either. Granted, you do get the history with Minerva, but then again, they didn't just keep that. They had to make it something else. It's, again, there's something puzzling about that I couldn't quite figure out. I mean, how do you make sense of the Montblanc branding on a watch to begin with?
You're right. Actually, I don't.
I mean, they have always had the reputation to have great pens. They have decent leather products, even though, I don't feel particularly inclined at this point in my life to invest in leather products. You probably can guess the reason. Even though I have not completely divested from them either. Yeah, I think, we were just talking about Louis Vuitton. I guess it's that kind of aspiration, right? You want to become a one-stop shop for everything, right? Every style, every brand is a lifestyle brand nowadays. So I guess it just made sense for a brand that makes accessories for men to also have a division for watches. That's the only thing that comes to my mind.
I don't know that I mean, again, I've never seen somebody bloody wear them. And the other thing is, if anytime I've been there, with the exception of this one time where they had a watch specialist there, nobody in a Montblanc boutique, either the one in Tampa or in Orlando, can speak to their watches at all. It's a terrible look. The optics are horrible when they can't speak to the watches. Right. So, Jake Brooks, are you by chance talking about the dinner that JJ put together? Is that the dinner you're planning to go to? If it is, some discussion about the security at that dinner has been had, but it's not being spoken about publicly. So if you're significantly concerned about that, you can contact me, DM on IG, and we can talk about it. But there is security discussions happening around that.
That's great. That's very responsible and wise, I think.
Are you going to watch Time New York or?
No, I don't have. I don't have the time or the resources at this point to go. So,
how are things with I caught bits of episodes with on your Sunday daytime show with Buffalo Steel. How are things there going?
Yeah, well.
Oh crap! Your connection? Seriously? Middle of an answer? Come back.
I'm back, sort of, but yeah. So sorry. What did you say about
How are the shows with Buffalo Motors, Steel Buffalo Motors going? I caught a little bit of some of them.
They're there. They're there, and they have gone well for the most part. I couldn't do one last Sunday. I mean, we just crossed into Tuesday, so I was gonna say yesterday, but yeah, I didn't do one last Sunday. But yeah, I mean, it's to be honest, in terms of numbers, I was hoping that it would bring a different kind of audience. I was hoping that it would perhaps get more eyes on it for one reason or another. Specifically because it's shorter, right? 1.5 hour. That has not really happened, which, being the pessimist that I am, maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but honestly, I am, because I thought that was gonna create some energy, and the conversations that we had were, I think, actually quite great. I'm not just saying it because it's me and friends, right? It's just I feel there's a natural flow. There is a conversational pace there that's genuinely attractive, right? As much as I love, hearing my own voice, I don't usually listen again to my own videos, right? Certainly not the lives. But these I actually do, sit down and listen and even enjoy. So I don't know where we are going to go from here, honestly.
Do you think part of it is it's the NFL season and Sundays? And I bring that up because it has a notable effect on even JJ's nighttime show.
Nighttime show, you said, on Sundays?
Even on JJ's nighttime show on Sundays, it has a notable effect that it's the NFL season.
You know what? I actually go out with some friends, one of whom likes to watch football on Sundays. You must have realized that I don't usually have a show anymore, at least for quite some time now, on Sundays, even before I basically took September off. I can see that, but I would be completely oblivious to it if you told me like a year ago, because I don't know what the football season is. I just started experiencing it and sampling it.
Yeah, I think that might be worth, because the audience, I mean, frankly, like, if anybody hasn't tuned in, who listens to this video later or whatnot, the discussions and the particular characters at Steel Buffalo are very interesting characters, and the topics range from geopolitical to philosophical to historical to film to just general, life. But it's a very masculine discussion, and there's also cigar smoke in the air, like literally, right? Mm-hmm. So the audience is the NFL audience. It might be worth considering. It's a possibility.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, I want to do something like that, and I want it to be part of the channel, but also in a way its own thing as well, in the sense that I want watchers to be part of it, but not the overwhelming part. I want to be part of it myself, but I also want, again, I'm not a director of photography or anything, but you probably realize that I barely make it to the frame in those conversations, and that's partly intentional, right? Because
I figured that was
I want the spotlight to be on the person whom I interviewing and who I'm conversing with, because I get tired of talking night in, night out, mostly on my own, except when you come on the panel, when JB comes on the panel, so on and so forth. When Ozzy used to come to the panel. Anyway, So I do want to experiment with that different formats, and I don't want to give up on it completely. But maybe you're right. Maybe I should put it on the back burner for the football season. When does it end again?
Right at the beginning of February.
Oh my God. It's going on for a while, huh?
Yeah. At the end, well, the playoffs to the Super Bowl is a big gap. So that kind of the season itself more or less ends at the end of the year, right? Officially like January 6th or something. But then you have the Super Bowl, which is a few weeks later. So yeah, I mean, from beginning of September to basically the beginning of February is NFL time.
Thanks for your teachings, Ali. I really, it's a foreign language to me. I was in this bar, right, which has a section that is for smokers. So it's open. They actually do have their own selection of cigars, but usually we just go with our own cigars. We have a reservation. Everyone else watches the game, and we have one person in our table who watches the game, and the rest of us basically, try to have fun in some way or fashion. Like yesterday, not yesterday, the Sunday, I was pretending to be a Cowboys fan. So that was my shtick for the night. So it was a lot of fun, but I don't really understand. I know that we had one touchdown, so I pretended to get really excited. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about and stuff like that. But it didn't really go anywhere. I was really hoping that it would be, because we're in California, right? And LA didn't have a team for like 3 decades before everyone wanted to come back to LA for whatever reason. Of course, Rams used to be in LA before the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, so there are a lot of 49er and Raider fans in Los Angeles. So this was a game that was very much a Los Angeles game, and a lot of people who felt very strongly about the 49ers. And I was really hoping Dallas, America's team would pull something off there, but unfortunately not.
No, so Toyota Mo is a big 49ers fan, and Captain and JJ are big Jets fans. I really, I don't particularly care for any NFL teams. I like watching college football more when I do watch football. But I will root for the 49ers and the Jets because of, my friends. The 49ers are having a monster season, and after last season's disappointment, I'm a little happy for them. But yeah, the Cowboys being the CIA's or America's team is
well, along with the Eagles, 49ers are the only undefeated team, right? So far.
Yeah, but the same concept of score differential applies in the NFL as it does in soccer, right? The score differential for the 49ers is something else entirely. They are utterly crushing their opponents. Yeah, but the Eagles and 49ers are the last 2 undefeated teams. And the what is it, 1972 or 74, whatever Don Shula's Dolphins will celebrate when whoever gets their last loss. Right, it's still the only undefeated team in NFL history. Back that Don Shula's Dolphins. All right, I have to join another bridge that opened up at 3:00, and then I go to bed after that. It's good to see you again, and thank you for covering Only Watch with me. And have yourself a good evening.
Thank you, Ali. I appreciate you, man, and thank you for all the contributions in the chat, super chats, and everything as well.
No problem, man. I will see you again soon. Take care.
All right, take care, man. Enjoy your talk. Okay. Yeah, look, we were talking about this particular watch, which honestly I kind of like aesthetically, and I do like that juxtaposition of what is essentially a vintage design on the dial. Maybe it suffers from a little bit of crowding, a little bit of over branding, since you have both the Montblanc and Minerva logos on the dial, since you have the telemeter scale on the perimeter and the tachometer snailed in onto the center of the dial. I wonder if it would be better or worse if the snailed in dial was, say, the snailed in tachometers was, say, in red. Probably not. Probably that would make things even a little more confusing. I kind of like the juxtaposition of stainless steel and white gold. That kind of thing is familiar to us, of course, from the world of Rolex Datejusts, maybe in a more proximate and recent example. It's how Parmigiani Fleurier does their Tonda PF series with stainless steel cases and platinum bezel. So that's extra touch of glimmer, that muted execution of luxury, I appreciate. And the fact that it is actually a rotatable bezel here, which would get some action and possibly a unique kind of patina, is exciting. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I always get excited by a single button chronograph, by a monopusher chronograph. I know some people complain about it, especially if you are not a vintage watch person. It feels like something's missing. But I think there's something cool about that asymmetry that I really like. And the movement is pretty cool. I love the fact that they actually banked on Minerva's movements, which even has interior angles. The so-called devil's tail here at the lateral clutch, especially being and honestly, I mean, the watch does, I think, a very good job in bringing what is essentially a vintage inspired and vintage inflected project in a modern form. 42 millimeters of a stainless steel chronograph. That's pretty butch. That's pretty interesting. Of course, in the history of the vintage chronograph, there are also many oversized pieces. I don't mean to look over that, but this is clearly a different kind of effort. One of 30, so there is an appeal in that limited edition, in that exclusivity. The thickness is not necessarily a problem, but I would expect it to be probably less thick for a hand-wound watch. It's 12.5. Yeah, it's not a particularly attractive dial for me either. I do like that bean-shaped single button for the chronograph. I do like that rotational bezel, both in terms of its function and in terms of that extra bit of shine that it brings. And honestly, I had the chance to meet the guys who are organizing Collective Horology, Asher and Gabe, when Eric was here in Southern California, in Los Angeles. And they're top-notch people. And they have, over the time, put together a lot of interesting collaborations. As you guys know, the version of the Chapec Antarctique they did recently, which I'm going to show for a second after this, was especially popular. Again, this is the problem. It's a tough pill to swallow when you look at a Montblanc watch that's basically $35,000. It's a big commitment. And I don't know whether the Minerva component makes it more or less appealing for me, because to me, it mostly serves as a reminder of Richemont's attempt to legitimate this endeavor of making a watch brand out of Montblanc. So it kind of grates me in a way, in a wrong way, I have to say, than allowing me to appreciate the watch at a different level. So I think this is a very exciting project, probably not for me, but at the end of the day, it is a limited edition watch. It is a passion project, and not every single watch they have is going to hit in the same way. I want to see where their Chapek collaboration is. Of course, it was sold out, and it was sold out pretty quickly, but it has a very special enamel dial that kind of imitated or spoke to the look of sand through that kind of aquarium quality ocean that one of the founders of the collective encountered in Lanikai. And I like the fact that it is using a different aesthetic. The uninterrupted dial, no dates, lovely sweep center seconds. The way that it is uninterrupted by any indices or other hour markers is also very appealing, I think, which helps you appreciate the dial to the fullest extent, kind of how Rolex did it with those semi-precious stone and sometimes even these semi-precious stone day date and Datejust dials that they would not place any markers on, so that you could, in fact, just take pleasure in the material. And again, I don't necessarily think that the Chapek Antarctique is the most original design in this contemporary hype for integrated bracelet watches. But it does, I think, bring together in a very compelling package a few very fascinating and attractive features. The bracelet, I think, is really cool, and there's not much that can be said about the ingenious use of the brand's own initial as part of the design, as part of the center links of the bracelet. I think the caliber, the movement SXH5 is really a work of art. The architecture, again, has at once a tinge of modernity, even though the partially open worked finger bridges that hold together the gear train really harken back to pocket watch movements more than anything. I like the kind of sleekness they achieve with the micro rotor movements. Again, I like how it looks with the platinum micro rotor that they use. I like the fact that, much like the Overseas and to a certain extent the Nautilus, this is more of a true blood sports watch, with the heightened water resistance at 120 meters rather than the Royal Oak, which still remains my favorite, but leaves something to be desired on that particular front. And of course, I also have always heard the greatest things from whoever happened to deal with the brands at any level. I mean, Paul Silesius, who earlier contributed and who was here, very generous with that super chat and very generous with the praise as well. I know he has a couple of Čapeks in the collection, and he would probably testify to that, to the strength of the community and of the executives and investors that hold this brand together. I'm actually a bigger fan in terms of the design standpoint of the Quai de Berg, which is their hand-wound dress watch. And it was nothing short of absolutely stunning. That dial that combines techniques of guilloche and enamel with this particular ricochet pattern. The shades of blue that are used, the finishing of the case, just the power reserve of the movements, everything was perfect for this watch. So I have great respect for Čapek as a brand, and I did really love this particular edition of the Antarctique, especially because of it eliminates the date, especially because it has an uninterrupted dial, I think. In the same way that I really liked the titanium piece that they made of the Antarctique more recently. I'm forgetting what. I think it was called something like the Dark Sector. Okay, we are about 10 minutes, with about 10 minutes to go. As you remember, all of the super chats, all of the proceeds from the super chats go for a donation to UNICEF designated for children in Morocco and Libya who were affected from the recent natural disasters. In the same way, we fundraised for Turkey and Syria after the earthquake. After the earthquake in Morocco, after the floods in Libya, I thought it would be appropriate because I didn't get to do a lot of live streams in September. I wanted to use today, tomorrow, and Thursday as the last remaining 3 live streams as marathons. I'm getting to 6 hours today, and every single super chat is going to be entered into the raffle rather than the first and last, I should say. And you can follow, of course, the developments of the raffle and with the specific numbers that everyone has. And again, from now on until the 12th, every single super chat gets a number. The more super chats, the more numbers. You know, you can get more than one number. I'm going to update that list after the broadcast today. And I want to thank again Maldives, especially, who managed to bring the stylist out of me and helped me design this capsule collection for him for a tropical getaway. I hope you like that, Maldives. I hope you got some value in that. If I left anything out, if you want my further recommendations or something more specific, if you would like me to put you in touch with people or brands that make you know, maybe bespoke shirts or shoes, etc., feel free to just write to me again. Thank you again, St. Peter, Jeremy Butcher, Jake Brooks, Paul Silesius, Bezos, again, Maldives, JB again, Ali Raza with 5 different super stickers. I appreciate you all, and all these 12 super chats and super stickers will be entered into the raffle. So we will, right now we have 12 numbers. This is great because it means we are gonna get 12 more numbers. And finally, I think I can do it on Friday. I'll do a live stream then to choose the winner with the Google random number generator. And again, it's going to be the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration from last year, the blue dial version of which an example I own and I enjoy. So I look forward to sharing that with someone from the community. I'm trying to. Yeah, this is the one that I really like. The only one. My only disappointment about this particular piece is the fact that they went with the satin brushed finish all over the bracelet. I don't know. I kind of feel it's like a cop-out almost, right? To have a titanium watch at this particular segment, which is a luxury sports watch, which is the sports chic integrated bracelet piece, and not lean heavily on that interplay between mirror polished and satin brushed surfaces in close proximity. I feel it's a wasted opportunity. you know, when you are using grade 5 titanium, the more you can show that, the better. I love the dial design. I love the way they laid out the power track. With that use of like a 2-row sector where you have a kind of emptiness or blank space for each hour marker rather than an applied marker. It's a beautiful piece built on a beautiful movement. Admittedly, not the most generic design again, but I still love it. Again, if I'm just trying to make sure that I have a Royal Oak and a Royal Oak Jumbo, hopefully, before I get into my 40s. So otherwise, I would have probably taken the risk on something like this. And, you know, honestly, for me, this watch, it's the movement that justifies the watch more than anything else. And maybe a second iteration of this titanium version might well be the watch that makes something quite unique or different out of the Czapek Antarctique, which brings a lot of interesting things to the table, but to me does not necessarily have that it factor. All right, well, thank you again, guys, for being with me today. Yeah, it was back and forth. Honestly, I barely made it. I was just too preoccupied for obvious reasons. So I really appreciate the fact that I could start this live stream and talk watches with you and talk style with you, and have also your company in the chat and have Alireza on the panel. I really appreciate you all, and I look forward to seeing you again from 6 to 12 tomorrow with another marathon. Once again, all the super chats, all the proceeds are going to charity, and every single super chat gets a number in the raffle for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers wristwatch giveaway. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Until then, sorry, I'm out of words. I'm out of energy. It's been 6 hours on top of a long work day. So I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye. Please hit the like button. That helps too.